Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the National Assembly this Wednesday afternoon, being a second sitting on Wednesday of the National Assembly on the 23rd day of April, the year being 2025. We are so glad you're watching. And in the highlights in the order of business this afternoon is the consideration of nominees to 31 national government's constituencies development fund committees. This is a motion by the chairperson, Committee on National Government Constituencies Development Fund, Honorable Musa Sirma, who is seeking the House adoption of the report of his committee on the consideration of nominees to 31 Constituency Development Fund and the Committee of the National Assembly on NGCDF. Equally has the names listed on various members. They are about 7 from each and every constituency, and the House is required to approve the list of the nominees for the appointment to the 31 constituencies are present in the order paper this afternoon for consideration. Well, after the consideration of the nominees nominated to serve in the 31 constituencies, the House will this afternoon resume debate on the Social Protection Bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 12 of the year 2025. It is a bill that has taken some time during the second stage, with members of the National Assembly debating it for the better part of this Wednesday morning sitting. Being an afternoon sitting this afternoon, the House will resume debate on that with Honorable Karoli Omondi said to have the first bite of that cherry, being the debate on the Social Protection Bill. But during the morning sitting, members of Parliament debated this sitting, calling for this bill, being the Social Protection Bill, a bill from the National Assembly by the leader of the majority, meaning that this is a government bill, and the members during the debate were calling for the fast tracking of the bill at the National Assembly, and similarly the same when the bill proceeds at the Senate to enhance the protection of the vulnerable in the community. These vulnerable in the community are the elderly as well as the children. The honourable member for Endebess, Honourable Robert Pukose, called for the counties to allocate resources in their budget to take care of the vulnerable at the county level, besides that happening at the national level. And Honorable Dawood called for streamlination of the process of the protection of the vulnerable in the society, talking of the Inua Jamii program that according to him needs some sort of streamlining. The honourable member for Marsabit County, Honourable Naomi Wako, called for the data protection, the data collection of the vulnerable in the country, this being an update of what the government has. And the member in her argument says when this is done in the 47 counties across the country will help streamline the aspect of taking care of the vulnerable in the country. So the House is set to resume debate on the Social Protection Bill. This bill debate was not concluded upon during the morning sitting, and this bill is set to be yet again be debated this afternoon. It is taking priority in the order paper this afternoon, but away from the Social Protection Bill that aims at taking care of the elderly in the society, being the aspect of reducing poverty and vulnerability and improvement of well-being of people, and providing assistance, services and programs that build human capital and cushion people against risks and contingencies throughout their life cycles. The House will this afternoon resume debate. And this is a debate that was interrupted on the 17th of April 2025 on the county government's additional allocations bill. This is a bill from the Senate, Bill number 1 of the year 2025 by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. the value-added tax, this being the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 11 of the year 2025, is currently at the second stage. And what we anticipate at this juncture is that members of parliament will be debating the various amendments that have been proposed in the Tax Amendment Bill number 11 of the year 2025. The business of the National Assembly is just about to commence. And remember, our dear viewers, you can watch this live broadcast courtesy of our YouTube channels, that is Parliament of Kenya, and on KBC Channel 1. And you can also follow up on this live broadcast courtesy of our Signet channels. And you can watch the live broadcast of the National Assembly this afternoon, courtesy of Bunge TV on Signet. The Speaker of the National Assembly is in the chambers this afternoon, ready to preside over the business. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie na tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao wajazao wamesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, we only need 4 extra members. If they are out there, don't ring the bell. We now have quorum.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
I know. Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Kiborek, tafuta kiti. Honorable members, there's a communication on a withdrawal of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023. Honorable members, you recall that on Wednesday, 12th February 2025, I reported to the House that I had received a message from the Senate on the passage of several bills, among them the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023, sponsored by the Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Dr. Boni Khalwale, CBS MP, who is also the majority whip in the Senate. The bill seeks to establish a legal framework to regulate the use of motorcycles, commonly known as border borders, in the country by introducing new provisions for their registration, operation, and safety at the county level. Following the conveyance of the message from the Senate, the bill was read for the first time on Thursday, 13th February 2025, and committed to the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 127. I am aware that the committee had begun engaging stakeholders on the bill. This notwithstanding, honorable members, I have since received a letter from the Speaker of the Senate informing that the sponsor of the bill in the Senate requests its withdrawal and cessation of further consideration. In the letter dated 7th March 2025, the Speaker of the Senate conveys the request, noting that the Senator for Kakamega County cited widespread public outcry regarding some of the provisions of the bill. This request presents a novel procedural scenario, as this is the first time that such a request has been received in the bicameral processing of bills in the Houses of Parliament. Notably, our standing orders only provide for the withdrawal of a bill whose sponsor is a member of this House, and also provide for co-sponsorship in the case of a bill originating from the Senate. For clarity, honorable members, Standing Order 141 provides, and I quote, before commencement of business or on the order paper of the day for any stage of the bill being read, the member in charge of a bill may, without notice, claim to withdraw the bill. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seats. Arico, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, it is therefore evident that the current provision of the standing orders do not contemplate the withdrawal of a bill other than by the sponsor. In this instance, the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023, is not co-sponsored by any member of the National Assembly. In this regard, and noting the request for withdrawal is from a member other than a member of this House, I have invoked the provisions of Standing Order number 1, which provides a basis for determining matters not expressly provided for in the standing orders. Standing Order number 1 provides, and I quote, in all cases where matters are not expressly provided for by these standing orders or by other orders of the House, any procedural question shall be decided by the Speaker. The decisions made in paragraph 1 shall be based on the Constitution of Kenya, statute law, and the usages, forms, precedents, customs, procedures, traditions, and practices of the Parliament of Kenya and other jurisdictions to the extent that these are applicable to Kenya. Honorable members, I have considered the parliamentary practice in other comparable jurisdictions to guide on the procedure to be followed. In the United Kingdom, UK Parliament, once a bill has been passed in the originating House and forwarded to the other House, the sponsor of the bill cannot unilaterally withdraw the bill in the second House. Instead, where a bill is to be withdrawn, a motion to discharge the next stage of the bill is moved for consideration by the House. This parliamentary procedure removes the scheduled consideration of the bill in the next stage of the legislative process. Erskine May's treatise on the law, privileges, proceedings, and usage of Parliament, 25th edition, notes, and I quote, by an old parliamentary rule, a bill brought from the other house should not be withdrawn. The proper course of action in this case is for the member in charge of the bill in the second house to have the order for the bill's next stage discharged. The motion that the order for the second or third reading be discharged is moved by the sponsor of the bill in the second house. Upon passage of the motion, the bill is dropped and its further legislative processes ceases. In the Parliament of India, once an individual member's bill has been passed in the originating house and is pending in the other house, the sponsor cannot directly withdraw it. The second house must consider a motion for its withdrawal. If the bill is already committed to a committee, the motion for withdrawal is referred to the committee to report back on the request for withdrawal. After tabling of the committee report on the motion, the House then considers the request for withdrawal. Once the House passes the motion, it is then considered in the other House. Honorable members, it is observed that in India, the principle of bicameral consideration during withdrawal of a bill is observed, where both houses must put a motion seeking the withdrawal of the said bill. The Speaker's role is majorly to ensure that the necessary procedures are followed in withdrawing the bill. Honorable members, having considered the various practices in other jurisdictions, I hereby guide as follows with regard to the request for withdrawal of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill 2023 as submitted by the Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Dr. Boni Halwale, CBS MP, through the Speaker of the Senate. A, that to ensure order and predictability in the bicameral proceedings and processing of bills, the matter shall be considered by the House by way of a motion to discharge the particular bill from second reading, notice of which will be given, and the motion moved by the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure being the committee seized of the bill. That upon notice of the motion being given, the motion shall be scheduled by the House Business Committee for listing in the order paper on such a day as House Business Committee may determine. That upon consideration, should the House approve the motion, the bill shall be deemed to have been withdrawn from the National Assembly, and the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure shall cease forthwith considering the bill. If the motion to discharge the bill is not carried, consideration of the bill shall proceed in accordance with the legislative processes applicable to a bill originating from the Senate. That upon conclusion of the consideration of the motion, the Senate will be fully apprised on the decision of the House by way of a message. Having guided as such, honorable members, I shall accord an opportunity to the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure to give the notice of the motion under Order Number 6 so as to kickstart the withdrawal process. Honorable members, if that motion, if this House feels strongly that you need to proceed with that bill, regardless of the feelings of the original sponsor, and you negative the motion, then the bill will go on to the end. If you agree with the committee chair, then the bill will collapse there. Thank you, honorable members. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take the nearest seats. Yes. Yeah? I'll allow you. Yusuf, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on the passage of 3 bills by the Senate. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4, Order Dorothy. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4, I wish to report to the House that I've received 3 messages from the Senate regarding the passage of the following 2 Senate bills and 1 National Assembly bill. 1, the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023. 2, the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023. And 3, the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022. The first message conveys, honorable members, that on Tuesday, 15th April 2025, the Senate considered and passed the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023 without amendments. The bill, which was published by Kenya Gazette Notice number 162 of 1st September 2023, seeks to provide for energy purchase agreements, among other provisions. The second message, honorable members, conveys that on Tuesday, 15th April 2025, the Senate considered and passed the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023 with amendments. The bill, published via the Gazette Notice number 159 of 1st September 2023, seeks to amend the County Assembly Services Act, Cap 265D, to establish County Assembly Fund. Honorable members, the third message conveys that on Tuesday, 15th April 2025, the Senate considered and passed the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022 with amendments. In this regard, the Senate now seeks the National Assembly's reconsideration of the bill in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution. Having passed the said bill, the Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Honorable members, with regard to the Senate bills, you will note that the standing orders require the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of its message to the House. In view of this, I hereby direct the clerk to schedule the 2 Senate bills in the order paper for the first reading at the next sitting. Thereafter, the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023, shall stand committed to the Departmental Committee to the Department of Energy, and the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023, to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration. With respect to the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022, the message and the schedule of the Senate amendments to the bill are hereby referred to the Departmental Committee on Lands for consideration and reporting. I also direct the clerk to circulate the schedule of Senate amendments to the bill to all members. The committees to which the bills have been referred are encouraged to prioritize their consideration and submit their reports as soon as is practically possible to enable the House to proceed with the necessary next steps of the bills. I would encourage them to work through the recess so that by the time we resume, they have gone through the bills. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Yes, Milemba. What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I've been following the communication from your desk, especially on bills from Senate. And you notice that, Honorable Speaker, the Senate can even afford to bring a bill here and again withdraw it. And more than many times, we are giving the Senate bills more time as compared to the honorable members' private bills, which could be very, very important for this country. Honorable Speaker, with a lot of humility, I want to beg you that the private members' bills be given more seriousness and time as we move forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to join the leader here and the trade unionist to say this, Honorable Speaker, that I noticed on the order paper we have a lot of Senate bills, and Senate bills be given priority in this chamber. But members here, including myself, have always prepared bills tediously, and they send them to legal teams, and we take a lot of time to ensure that we have prepared bills. But Honorable Speaker, those bills hardly find their way to the floor of the House. But yet, we give a lot of preference to Senate bills, which are actually private members' bills. Private members from Senate get a lot more time in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, we need to give priority to these members. I remember the 12th Parliament actually prepared very many bills, but only one found its way and it was not even completed. And at the end of the session, Honorable Speaker, this Parliament, you will read a long list of bills that have been prepared by members, over 200, I think it was over 200 last time, which never found their way here. But the bills at the Senate find their way here, and they even have the temerity to want to withdraw them. Honorable Speaker, we need to give members of the National Assembly an opportunity to have a bill in their name passed in this chamber. But if we continue, Honorable Speaker, members will feel discouraged. They will stop legislating and concentrate on oversight and other matters. Honorable Speaker, I beg your view that you need to make a fundamental ruling on which bills get preference in this chamber in terms of private members' bills. Honorable Speaker, I beg. Thank you.
Speaker, I think I must admit that the Mwalimu Omboko Milema has raised a very fundamental issue and also reminded me the trepidation some of us have gone through in the process of presenting bills that come all the way to the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I have a living example. My bill went all the way to the second reading and a question was put, and so almost, I think, 4 or so months, it has never found its way in the committee of the whole House. As much as there could be other external forces, indeed, Honorable Speaker, Parliament should be an independent institution. To the point that it is switched on and off by external forces that prevent members of bills being progressed, it does not fairly.
Order, Oundo. You are making a very outrageous allegation without evidence. There is no external force that presses buttons on this House. And you know that. Complain of the delay in processing your bill, don't make outrageous allegations against your own House. In fact, you must withdraw those remarks.
I don't want to go in the history like Martin Shikuku. Let me withdraw that particular aspect.
And apologize to the House.
Fine, let me withdraw and apologize because I don't want the Martin Shikuku way. But the fact remains, Honorable Speaker, members are being frustrated.
The good thing is nobody remembers what Martin Shikuku did.
Dr. Kainan can... Dr. Kainan can...
I do, but go on.
Honorable Speaker, you must protect the members. You must encourage members. And the only way you can encourage members is to allow members push through their bills to the end. In addition, Honorable Speaker, bills are taken unnecessarily too long to be processed even in our own committees. For example, I don't know if the Budget Appropriation Committee is overwhelmed by work. You find that some bills stay there for almost 6 months before you are even invited to come and present the bill. Something seriously is not, I don't want to say something's wrong, but something is not working the correct way.
You made your point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Bokose?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Oundo knows very well that he appeared last week before the Budget and Appropriation Committee on his bill. And we processed it, and we gave him an opportunity to be able to make his statements, and therefore I think he needs to withdraw. He can't make that kind of remark in the floor.
Yes,
Atandi.
Atandi.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I also would like to associate myself with the sentiments expressed by various members over delay of bills by members and even motions. Honorable Speaker, this is really frustrating. I am a victim. I moved a motion last term. I wasn't able to process it because of delays. Again, in this session, I have also moved 2 motions they have not been processed here on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to give priority to motions and bills by members of this House, as opposed to giving priority to those ones from the Senate. Also, Honorable Speaker, I also want to say as Chair of Budget that as at today, there is no bill by members that has not been processed by our committee. The only bill that has not been processed are only two, and the members were given a chance to appear, but they were busy, they sent apologies, and we agreed with them that we are going to schedule meetings later when they are available. Otherwise, the Budget and Appropriations Committee is working around the clock to ensure that bills that are before us that require approval is processed in time. I want to urge members that if there's any bill that is before us that has not been processed, please feel free to contact me so that we be able to fast track all those bills. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, let us give members bills belonging to our members priority, because those are the bills that really go into our names. And today, members are being castigated that they have not been able to move bills and to make laws in this House. I think this is the time, Honorable Speaker, that even the fact that on Wednesday mornings, we sometimes stand down bills by members to give priority to bills from government. I think it's something that I think as a policy we need to stop it, and so that we can serve members. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, this point was canvassed in the House Business Committee yesterday, raised by Honorable Owen Bayer and supported by the entire committee. We did agree that from now going forward, we are going to give priority to private members' bills. I encourage committees where bills have been held for a little while because of backlog of work to ensure that the bills are processed quickly and go to the next stage. Two, honorable members, I have directed the clerk's office, after looking at several of the bills that passed through my office, that we have about 3-4 bills touching on the same issue. And there are many where you find 5 members have sponsored different bills trying to amend the same existing statute. I have directed the clerk's office to reach out to members who have sponsored those bills to find a way of amalgamating those bills and still achieve the same intent. Thirdly, I have talked to the leader of majority, and Owen, you are part of the leadership, that we'll get to some point where you lend government time to private members' bills to be prosecuted before this House, because we have an inordinately large number of private members' bills that are pending. I have also been informed that there are many occasions also where members with bills have their bills listed for debate and they don't show up. This has also been happening. So members, if you have your bills, you also have a duty to do a follow-up at the table office and the clerk's office to ensure that they move to the next stage. When they come to House Business Committee, we'll give them utmost priority. I do agree that there is absolutely no sensible reason for you to continue prosecuting bills of private members from your sister house and put your own bills from your private members in abeyance. They must all move together. If anything, you should have yours given priority. And we'll do exactly that. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, before we call the next order, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Kisii County University Students Association from South Mugirango, Kisii, Osen Mixed Day Boarding Primary School, Day and Boarding Primary School from Baringo North, Baringo. I have been requested by Honorable Maclap. I'll give you 1 minute, Osoro 1 minute, to welcome the students from your respective jurisdictions. Maclap, there's a mic next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to join you in welcoming Hussein Day and Boarding Comprehensive School. The students in Parliament are the JSS classes of Hussein Comprehensive School. And to report to this House, this is one of the best public day boarding primary school in Baringo North. And they have students that have excelled to join various national schools in Kenya. And even this JSS class, we are very optimistic that they will join senior secondary school come next year. I want to encourage the students, this is the House of Parliament. If you work hard, you will be able to join Kenyans who are debating and making laws in this country. And even some of you could be members of Parliament in this particular House. Hussein, bravo, give it up. You are welcome to the House of Parliament together with the children from South Mukirango. You are now together in one place, chambers of the House and the gallery of Parliament, and you will meet as Kenyans going forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleague, the Honorable Maclap, in welcoming all the students in the chambers of Parliament, but particularly the students that have come from South Mugirango constituency. Honorable Speaker, I must confess that I just heard you mention that my students are here, and I'm very happy. But it's the spirit in our people that form ni kujituma. So they've decided to bring themselves here and learn, and it's really quite encouraging. And I want to encourage them to pursue their education, to continue, learning more from those who are ahead of them, to continue, focusing on their future. Honorable Speaker, because these are students from the university, it's important for me to mention, Honorable Speaker, that South Mugirango, by record that we have, Honorable Speaker, we have about 12,000 students so far every year going to the university. So really that is encouraging because the constituency is quite diverse with about 120,000 registered voters. So it's quite encouraging, and we want to tell them to proceed and work very hard in their and focus on their life. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I join both of you in welcoming the students and whoever is accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Call out order number 5 again.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025, in the afternoon sitting. A, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of Eldas Technical Vocational College for the year ended 30th June 2023 and certificates therein. B, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of the following. 1, Chama cha Mashinani. 2, Coast Region Water Security and Climate Resilience Project credit number 5543 KE 740 KE State Department for Irrigation. 3, Commission on Revenue Allocation Staff Car Loans Scheme Fund. 4, Commission on Revenue Allocation Staff Mortgage Scheme Fund. 5, Consolidated Fund Services Public Debt, the National Treasury. 6, Devolution Empowerment Party. 7, Kaiboi National Polytechnic. 8, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme. 9, Cohesion Technical Training Institute. 10, Laikipia East Technical and Vocational College. 11, Laikipia West Technical and Vocational College. 12, Meru Technical and Vocational College. 13, Moi Teachers Training College, Baringo. 14, National Council for Children's Services. 15, National Council for Law Reporting. 16, National Government Affirmative Action Fund. 17, Northern Water Works Development Agency. 18, Omuga Technical and Vocational College. 19, Orange Democratic Party. 20, Petroleum Development Levy Fund Holding Account. 21, Receiver of Revenue Statements, State Department for Irrigation and Citizen Services. 22, Revenue Statement of the Business Registration Service. 23, Revenue Statement of the Pensions Department, the National Treasury. 24, Revenue Statements for Department for Internal Security and National Administration. 25, Samburu Technical and Vocational College. 26, Sports Kenya. 27, the Kenya Academy Sports. 28, Tinderite Technical and Vocational College. 29, United Democratic Movement. 30, University of Nairobi Enterprise Limited. 31, University of Nairobi Press Limited. 32, University of Nairobi. 33, Uriri Technical and Vocational College. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, at number 34, Ziwa Technical Training Institute, Wasigishu County. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Next order. Next order. Do we have any petition? Then call out petitions. Where do you call out?
No, it's papers. Actually, it's next after the leader on the brief.
You guys are confusing me. I'm following what you are doing. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Why do you want to do that? Yes, Chair, Transport.
Honorable Speaker, sorry.
Hold your
consulting with
horses. GK, hold your horses. The clerk's documents and what I have are not synchronized. Take your seat. Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee.
Thank you very much.
Kagezi.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 23rd April 2025. Reports of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of, number 1, Public Petition number 15 of 2023 by Honorable Florence Jamatia MP regarding the declaration of Mukutani Forest as a public forest. Number 2, Public Petition number 54 of 2023 by teachers regarding unlawful deductions by Teachers Service Commission in favor of Kenya Union of Special Needs Education Teachers, KUSNET. Number 3, Public Petition number 62 of 2023 by the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPET, regarding stagnation of teachers' progression in public service. Number 4, Public Petition number 63 of 2023 by former employees of Bohemian Flowers Limited in Nakuru County regarding the unfair termination. And lastly, Speaker, number 5, Public Petition number 67 of 2023 by Honorable Moses Kirima, MP, regarding the dismissal from employment of Mr. Gerard Muli Kiilu by Absa Bank, formerly Barclays Bank Prestige Center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you, Kagezi. Next order, order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
GK.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion, that this House resolves to discharge the second reading of the public transport, that is motorcycle bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, GK. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yes, honorable members, we have first, today we were supposed to have the Minister for the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport. I received a letter this morning that the CS is away in China with His Excellency the President for important national business, and is requested that time allowing and subject to the organization of work by the majority leadership, is available to appear next Wednesday or any other day that the Parliament may decide. You will be notified accordingly. So the questions that are listed to the Minister for Roads and Transport will be stayed until then. On the formal order paper, we have no listed statements, but I've been visited by several members who wanted to respond to statements or make statements or request statements. I will allow Dr. Mutunga. I'm not calling you to start yet. Dr. Nyikal, Mandazi, Karemba, Murugara, those are the ones who have talked to me. Don't raise your hand simply because I've said we don't have a list. I'm talking of those who have been like the 5 wise girls in the Bible who came to see the speaker to ask for an opportunity to raise or make their statements. Let's start with the Honorable Murugara. Note your numbers. When one finishes, another one takes. Murugara. After Murugara, Karemba. After Karemba, member for Mogotio, Kiborek. After Kiborek, Mandazi. Then we'll close that chapter with responses from Dr. Nyikal and Dr. Mutunga. Those of you who have got statements and have, I think there's a Boer who also saw me, and have not reached the speaker, talk to the clerks at the table. Because I'll not allow you to shoot up with a statement that I've neither seen nor approved. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is a response. I think let them request for statements.
Yours is a response?
It's a response.
So start with the turbaned man next to you.
Yes, my neighbor.
Yes.
Yes, the one and only. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the challenges faced by teachers and police officers in accessing medical services arising from their medical cover. Honorable Speaker, the government-funded medical insurance scheme for teachers and the police in Kenya, which relies on capitation system, has faced significant challenges due to delayed payments to hospitals. This has resulted in hospitals either refusing to provide services to these groups or demanding out-of-pocket payments. The issue is claimed to stem from the government's failure to release allocated funds, despite teachers and police officers being deducted their medical scheme contributions from their salaries. The contributions of teachers and police officers form the bedrock of society stability and progress. To ensure that they fulfill their vital roles in education and public safety effectively, prioritizing their physical and mental well-being is not just a moral imperative, but also a strategic necessity. Honorable Speaker, it is regrettable that teachers and police officers, particularly those from Runyenja's constituency and Embu County at large, have expressed serious grievances regarding their medical cover. These concerns highlight systemic issues that require urgent attention, as they affect not only teachers and police officers in Ranges and Embu County at large, but also thousands of others across the country. This crisis, marked by hospitals denying them services due to unpaid claims and stalled National Treasury contracts, exposes systemic failures, endangering public servants and their dependents nationwide. Addressing these challenges is therefore critical to ensuring that these essential public servants receive the health care they deserve, for them to continue serving our communities effectively. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health on the following challenges. 1. Plans put in place by the ministry to remit the medical capitation funds to hospitals and the timelines for the implementation. 2. Action being taken to ensure that teachers and police officers access unlimited medical services, considering that their contributions are deducted from their salaries consistently. And lastly, efforts being made to address the challenges relating to medical insurance and the health service delivery for public servants, particularly police officers and teachers. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Karemba. It was to which committee?
Departmental Committee on Health.
Dr. Nyikal, can you respond within the first week of resumption from recess?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will be able to give a report within the first week after recess.
Thank you. Mandazi?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 259D2, I rise to pay tribute to late Honorable John Koech, a former Member of Parliament for Chepalungu constituency, who passed away on the 8th of April 2025 after short illness. Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Koech was laid to rest on the 15th April 2025 in his home in Chepalungu constituency. His life was a shining testament to public service and selfless leadership. He was a statesman of extraordinary humility, reserve, and character. A long-serving Member of Parliament for Chepalungu constituency and a respected cabinet minister, he gave his all to the service of our nation. And notably, Honorable Speaker, he is so far the longest-serving Member of Parliament for Chepalungu, having held the seat from 1979 to 1990, and again from 2003 to 2007. A testament, Honorable Speaker, to the deep trust and enduring bond he shared with his constituents. Honorable Speaker, from his early days under the Kenya African National Union, that is KANU, Honorable Koech distinguished himself as a man of reason and a voice of the people. He rose steadily, propelled not by ambition, but by purpose. His leadership was marked by a deep connection to the people he served, and especially the often overlooked communities of Chepalungu, where he championed development in education, infrastructure, agriculture, and youth empowerment. When he spoke, Honorable Speaker, people listened to him not because he shouted, but because his words carried the weight of wisdom and sincerity. He was a leader who believed that roads should reach to the farmers, that children should sit in classrooms and dream freely, that young people should have a future built on opportunity, not despair. Honorable Speaker, as a Minister for East African Community and Regional Cooperation, Honorable Koech extended his vision beyond our borders. He believed deeply in regional unity and worked tirelessly to build bridges, economic, diplomatic, and cultural between Kenya and our neighbors. His efforts laid the groundwork for stronger regional integration and a shared East African destiny. One of the most defining moments of his political career came in 2002, Honorable Speaker, during the time of great political upheaval. He made the courageous choice to part ways with then the ruling party and stood firmly on the side of change, aligning himself with the National Rainbow Coalition and intent presidential candidate Honorable Mike Kibaki. That decision, which he led to ease expulsion from KANU, was not just political, it was moral. It was a stand for democracy, a bold declaration that the will of the people must always prevail over the convenience of power. Honorable Speaker, beyond politics, the late Honorable John Cohesion was a diplomat who served the country as the permanent representative at the United Nations Environment Program, that is UNEP, a responsibility he discharged dutifully. In burying the late Honorable Cohesion, we did not bury his ideals. We planted a legacy. We laid to rest a body, but his spirit of service, of courage, of leadership lives on in lives he touched and institutions he helped build. As we mourn his loss, we draw inspirations from the extraordinary lives and service and dedication to humanity. Allow me, the Speaker, may his soul rest in eternal peace. May his family, the loved ones, find comfort in deeply legacy he leaves behind. Honorable Speaker, allow me to recognize the support that you gave to the family, together with honorable members from this House. We were so privileged as a constituency. And equally, Mr. Speaker, allow me to register the support given to the family by His Excellency the President of the Republic, CS Chirchir, CS Murkomen, and all the support that we got in paying his last respect. I thank all of them on behalf of the family and on behalf of the constituency. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mandazi. I can see you are very selective. You as truly here also send support to the family. Honorable members, Honorable John Cohesion served this House with absolute distinction, served the country with distinction, a man of great resolve and principle. We served in cabinet of Mzee Kibaki with him, and he served in various capacities, even in the days when it was difficult for members to say no to the establishment. He did, and his departure leaves this country the poorer. In honor of Honorable Cohesion, and I did, as your Speaker, send a written message to the family on your behalf as a House. I request us to be upstanding to observe a minute's silence in his honor. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. Yes, Sunguli? Yes, on the same? Okay, let's start with Sunguli. I'll not give many of you. I'll give Sunguli, Karoli.
Mr. Speaker.
And the last governor of Rift Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I also stand in order to give my condolences to the family of John Cohesion. We served with John Cohesion in government, and as a friend of his, as a neighboring constituency, I was always privileged to work very closely with him. John Cohesion was a man who did not always conform. He was, his politics was always different. But he was also in strong competition with people who are of equal stature, like Munai Arab Soy. Mr. Speaker, I must say that the death of Honorable Cohesion just tells us two things. First of all, that great people actually go. But the second one is that if you look at it very carefully, The reason why we members of parliament must have an insurance to many things is actually very, very important. And you can deduce that from the way he lived and the way he eventually died. It's important that members of parliament look after their security after the House eventually leaves you, or when you leave the House. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I must say...
Carole Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to make a small suggestion. I didn't know Honorable Koech, but I think maybe we should have a tradition in the House that when we want to honor a past member, we invite part of the family to be in the gallery. I think that's what I see in other jurisdictions, so that they feel and they understand the appreciation that we are extending to them. I think because maybe Koech's family is not even aware. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, point. Those who prompt the House to honor our departed colleagues, sometimes logistics allowing, we don't mind part of his family in the Speaker's gallery when we are doing so. Yes, Honorable Sirma.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity you have given me. Honorable John Koech served with me in the year 2002, 2007 in this House. Mr. Speaker, I had known John Koech because I was a person following politics from way back until even when he was expelled, Mr. Speaker. And he was a person with a position in what he believes in. Even by being expelled in Kanu, it was about drama of what has happened in the country, and even the change which was required at that time, Mr. Speaker, was John Koech's vision, because he didn't believe in dictatorship. He believed in being a democrat and making things work in this country. Mr. Speaker, when I was with John Koech, unfortunately we were in the opposition at that time. And John Koech had been appointed by Kibaki into government when he stole some members of KANU.
By President Kibaki.
By President Kibaki. He had stolen some members of KANU at that time to work in government. So they worked together, and unfortunately when we went for a rally in Bomet sought, we made very serious statements, Mr. Speaker. That is when I was crowned the governor of Rift Valley, because I declared secession of Rift Valley from Kenya. Mr. Speaker, John Koech almost ran away.
You are disclosing a criminal offense.
No problem. I faced it at that time, and I wrote statement, and it was over. So at that time, things were not easy. Mr. Speaker, John Koech was a person who would stand during difficult times. And I know the drama which was there between Isaac Ruto and John Koech before the house in Kabarak. Because one of them was being brought in through the back door, and another one going through the school. Because it was big game in Chepalungu constituency. Because Moi was playing the...
Give him a minute.
Mr. Speaker, there was a balancing act which was being played on them. And finally, that is when Ruto, also Isaac Ruto, was removed out of parliament, and then John Koech came back again. So, Mr. Speaker, he has faced the difficult times of his life in politics, and also sweet times. Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
KJ?
He was dismissed while he was in Badi.
KJ?
Honorable Speaker, it is on my behalf and on behalf of the people of Dagoretti South constituency that I pass the condolences to the family of John Koech, a consummate leader, and he has served in a life that has left a legacy for his people and for the country. Mr. Speaker, as I pass these condolences, I also want to bring notice to this House that Nairobi City County has just lost a very young, a very passionate leader in the name of MCA for Kariobangi North, Honorable Joel Munuve. Joel Munuve is known to me for many years, Mr. Speaker. He first vied in 2007 when we were part of a big movement, the Gen X revolution. Back then, when we were clamoring for space for young people in leadership, I dare say that our movement was not faceless, it was not leaderless, it was not formless, and some of us ended up taking up positions, some of us in parliament, and people like Joel Munuve have ended up as MCAs in the Nairobi City County. But Mr. Speaker, the death of Honorable Joel Munuve is a curious death, especially at a time when he was raising very pertinent issues about the leadership and the goings-on in City Hall, Mr. Speaker. Only 3 days before his death, the Honorable Joel Munuve dared to first collect signatures for the impeachment of the governor of Nairobi City County. Secondly, he had said that he's going to reveal very damning information about the goings-on in City Hall, Mr. Speaker. So even as we are saying Paul to the family of MCA Joel Munuve, I wish that this House would stand up and call upon the investigative authorities not to gloss over this matter, because this matter might be having very serious interests that go very high up. Mr. Speaker, we would not want to place the blame anywhere. Let that be left to the investigative authorities. All we are asking, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that the death of Honorable Munuve is investigated to the full and that no stone is left untouched. And let us not imagine that the issues that he was canvassing have no connection to a certain death of a very passionate leader who was serving Nairobi City Council with very good ideas, very reform-minded, transformative, and a seeker for integrity in Nairobi City Hall. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity, and may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Kiborek. I'm giving you an opportunity to request for your statement.
I know.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 44, 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding a recent attack by armed bandits along the Marigan-Ginyang Road in Baringo County. Honorable Speaker, on 21st April 2025, armed assailants ambushed traders who were en route to Ginyang Market from Mogotio, resulting into a tragic tale of Mr. Philip Kipchirchir and Mr. Peter Kingori, who are both driving to Ginyang Market. One other person sustained injuries during the attack. The victims were accosted in what escalated from a banditry incident to highway robbery with violence in broad daylight. The matter was formally reported to Marigat Police Station under OB number 20-21-04-2025, this attack raised serious concerns about the state of security in Baringo and in the northern part of the country and the Kerio belt. It has disrupted daily life of the residents in Baringo, affected their economic activities, and caused fear among the residents. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and the Internal Security on the following issues. One, a detailed account of the recent attack and the current status of investigation into the matter, particularly the killing of Mr. Philip Kipchirchir and Peter Kingori, and the progress made in identifying and apprehending those responsible for the killing. Two, Mr. Speaker, the step that the ministry is making to disarm members of the public who own unlicensed and illegal firearms in Baringo and Kerio Belt and northern Kenya. Three, the short-term and long-term measures the government is undertaking to curb recurrent banditry in the region, including thorough vetting of the already existing National Police Reservists, they should be vetted. The National Police Reservists should be vetted, and we should get a statement about the same on the firearm which they were given without proper training like the police. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I beg to ask from the Departmental Committee on National Administration and Internal Security on statement on the same. Thank you.
Russell, I don't see your chairman. Can you do so? Are you able to do so on Wednesday next week, being a security issue, or you do it after recess?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with your facilitation, we were able to provide this House with a very detailed report. And currently, the area that is experiencing a lot of problem is Baringo. While in most of the regions, Turkana, Samburu, Isiolo, Marsabit, the guns are largely silent. Honorable Speaker will be able to give report to the House immediately after the recess. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. In addition to that, Honorable Kiborek and your colleagues from Baringo, yourself, Maklap, Kamket, Musa Sirma, Chematia, Kandie, and Kamren, you are leaders. You are going on recess. Go around your county and talk to those young people and encourage them to stop wielding illegal firearms. It is those young men who vote for you. It is those young men who you use for good and for bad. Go and meet them and talk to them so that as leaders you also play your role to ensure that there is peace within your jurisdiction. And I'm sure you can. Some of those young men are your age, Kiborek. And I'm sure you can use your magic as a youth to get to them and talk to them. Your access to them is better than probably Musa Sirmas and others. Please go and do that. Don't wait for the police to come from Nairobi. You can also play your part. Yes, Sirma?
Mr. Speaker, we take your statement very seriously, and we want to promise that we shall do as said on behalf of all the members who are even here and those who are not here. We shall endeavor to make sure that we clean up what is the mess within Baringo. Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure you include Kamket. Abor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee regarding the status of implementation of the government's directive to securitize a portion of the road maintenance levy. Honorable Speaker, the government, through the Ministry of Roads and Transport, advised the Kenya Roads Board to initiate the securitization of part of the road maintenance levy, RMLF, amounting to Kenya shillings 7 per litre. This directive was aimed at raising urgent funds to settle the mounting pending bills in the road sector, which have continued to stall key infrastructure projects across the country. Honorable Speaker, while the securitization of future cash flows can be a viable financing mechanism under the Public Finance Management Act 2012, Cap 412A, and specifically Section 50 on public debt management, the implementation of such a strategy must be carried out transparently within the framework of public finance principles enshrined in Article 201 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. Other principles include openness, accountability, and responsible financial management that must be applied on the securitization proposal. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the following. Number one, the current status of implementation of the securitization of the road maintenance levy fund as directed by the government. Number two, the legal and financial framework being used to implement this securitization process, and whether there was approval of Parliament sought as required under Section 52 and 53, Cap 412A of the Public Finance Management Act, where future revenue streams are pledged. Number three, amount expected to be raised through this securitization arrangement and the criteria that will be used to allocate these funds towards spending bills in the road sector. Number four, any guarantees or circulars issued by the National Treasury in connection with the securitization transactions and the implications on public debt ceilings and fiscal sustainability. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, timelines set for the disbursement of the raised funds and measures taken to ensure transparency and accountability during the implementation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Budget, that is to your committee. Can you bring a response the first week upon resumption from recess?
Yes, Speaker, we agree.
Thank you. Murugara George.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning, Honorable David Kiplagat, the Member of Parliament for Soy, requested for a statement regarding the venue for recruitment of Kenya Prisons constables of Soy constituency in Uasin Gishu.
Is he in the house?
He is not here.
Okay, go on.
I actually sent to him the communication I got.
Go ahead.
Because I was told actually to deliver tomorrow afternoon. But fortunately, it has actually come from the Director General of Prisons to confirm how it is going to be in Uasin Gishu County as follows. The recruitment will be conducted in the following sub-counties. Trubo sub-county, it's pronounced Tarabo sub-county, Paul Boyd Boys High School at 8 a.m. on the 30th of April 2025. Soy sub-county, DCC's office Sirikwa at 2 p.m. Ainabkoi, Waonifo Stadium at 8 a.m. Moiben constituency at Moiben Center at 2 p.m. Keses, DCC's office Keses at 8 a.m. and Kapseret at Eldoret ASK Showground at 2 p.m. Honorable Speaker, there was also a question regarding missing sub-counties, and these members have interest in that because a few sub-counties are missing from the list, including one of my sub-counties in the Tharaka constituency known as Tharaka West. The answer I have received is that they are actually working on this to actualize the fact that all these sub-counties that are missing will be included in the recruitment exercise. And as soon as letters are produced to confirm this, they will be delivered to us for further communication to the honorable members of Parliament. This communication is signed by Patrick M. Arando, CBS, Commissioner General of Prisons. And to ensure that we have it on record, I pray that I actually table it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to respond to a statement by Honorable Eric Karemba, CBS MP and member for Runyenjes. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, Honorable Eric Karemba, CBS MP, requested for a statement on the 11th of March 2025 regarding high cost of feeds. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development responded as follows to the issues raised in the statement. The Honorable Karemba wanted to have the statistics of milk production in Runyenjes constituency and the Embu County in general. Honorable Speaker, according to the report from the Ministry, Embu County produces 101,347,503 kilos of milk annually. Manyata constituency produces 47,531,820 kilos. Runyenjes produces 32,850,269 kilos of milk. Bere South produces 15,121,880 kilos, and Bere North produces 5,843,534. The second issue that the honourable member was seeking to be informed on, Honourable Speaker, is the measures being put in place to decrease the cost of animal feeds are required for the dairy farming. And the response is as follows. The first issue is National Animal Feeds Development Strategy by the Ministry. The government has embarked on development of an animal feeds, has developed an animal feeds development strategy to address feed situation in the country, in which it prioritizes promotion of increased production of animal feeds, promotion of animal forage conservation, use of technologies such as irrigation to facilitate production of animal feeds in arid and semi-arid areas, as well as in arid and semi-arid areas, among others. Increase in production will ensure availability of adequate forage and constitute feed ingredients, which will in turn reduce the cost of animal feeds. The second measure that the ministry is taking up is land commercialization initiative. The government is availing an unutilized land for animal feed production through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. The land is available for both local and international investors, and the land will be used for production of feeds to ensure availability and reduce the cost of livestock feeds. It will commercialize pastures and fodder production for distribution to farmers. The government land, such as that held by the Agricultural Development Corporation, Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, and livestock farms and former livestock holding grounds, will be utilized for this purpose. The third measure that the government is the ministry is taking up, is public-private partnership in feed production. Honourable Speaker, the government is encouraging public-private partnership to ensure that there is sufficient investment in the livestock feed sector. For the last 2 years, the government has participated in international conferences in Rome and other countries where it has pitched for feasible investment options in animal feed industry. As a result, several investors have already arrived in the country to invest, a key among them including the following. One is Devolution Animal Feeds, a Dutch-based company who are investing a total of 300 million Kenya shillings to produce 200,000 metric tons of feed annually in a modern feed milling factory at the river, and the factory is set to open later in the year. Honourable Speaker, the other one is the government has also signed an MOU with the United Arab Emirates, based in Al Dahra, United Arab Emirates company, based in it's called Al Dahra Company, which will lease and manage up to 200,000 acres of irrigated farmland in the Galana Kulalu Ranch, with an estimated investment of up to $800 million. The other measure that the ministry is taking, the government is taking, is duty waiver for importation of raw materials for processing of animal feeds. Honourable Speaker, the government has made deliberate effort to allow duty-free importation of animal feed supplements and ingredients, particularly the enzymes, amino acids, and protein concentrates, in order to lower the overall cost of animal feed. The duty waiver addresses the problem.
How much more to go, Dr. Mutunga?
1.5 pages, maybe 3 minutes.
Yes, finish quickly.
Okay. Honourable Speaker, the government has also deliberately incentivized capital investment in animal feed manufacturing and livestock production through similar duty waivers to enhance local production and also value addition. The fourth measure is promotion of alternative and sustainable feed ingredients This basically recognizes the reliance on important ingredients, and therefore local production is prioritized in this particular case. So the government is exploring for possibilities for additional sources of proteins, which include alternatives such as fish and soya beans. And this further reduces the protein source of the animal feed, which is not in competition with the human beings. And the seventh one is investment in, the sixth one is investment in capacity building on feed, where the government is basically training or building capacity for farmers to be able to make their own rations, which is called home in ration, and this is spreading across the country. And the final measure that the government is taking, is implementing, is partnership with the other stakeholders in form of programmatic arrangement. We have several projects within the ministry, such as the National Value Chain Development Support Program and the Food System Resilience Program, which are covering all the counties, 47 of them. And these are aimed at availing animal feed at lower cost. The third issue that the honorable member wanted clarification on is the initiatives being put in place to enhance milk production in the country. Honorable Speaker, the initiatives are as follows. I've basically mentioned them and briefly elaborate. One of them is enhancing production of livestock feeds to improve dairy feeding. That I have already gone into. I don't need to allude to it anymore. The other one is improving the quality and safety of the feed itself, where the ministry or the government came up with a legislation, which is the Kenya Fertilizer and Animal Feeds Act, Cap 345, that is being implemented currently to ensure that animal feeds are available, which are safe and also cheap. The third one is improving dairy genetics, and this is important, Honorable Speaker. On improving the genetics, the government has set up an additional semen production unit at ADC Endebes in Kitale. And this is under, and then the other one is the one at Kabete, Lower Kabete, which is the Kenya Animal Genetics Resource Center. The two of them are producing semen, and this semen has also been supported by a distribution system whereby there is production of liquid nitrogen in various parts of this country. And liquid nitrogen on our speaker centers are including the one in Eldoret, there's another one in Meru, another one in Kirinyaga and Kaimosi. These are supplementary centers where you can get liquid nitrogen, and therefore you can get semen stored for a very long time. The other initiative is also having a sexed semen production unit, where the government has invested in an equipment to have sexed semen, and it is possible for Kenyans to get semen to produce AFAs at affordable rates, or female calves. The second last initiative on our speaker is capacity building of farmers and other stakeholders, where various initiatives have been put in place to enable the Kenyan farmers to produce better milk, more milk, and clean milk for that matter at affordable rates. And the final one is implementation of key donor-funded projects that basically include the one I mentioned earlier and others that have got an entire country coverage to enable the Kenyan farmers to improve on the quality of the animals themselves in order to improve on the quality and the amount of milk that is produced. Honourable Speaker, I do submit.
Thank you, Mtunga. Karemba.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, I wish to appreciate the effort made by the Chair in responding to my issue. Honourable Speaker, I would wish to mention and make it clear to the Chair that there lies a huge potential in this country on the area of dairy production. And I would wish that the committee and ourselves also follow up to ensure that we exploit the benefits that we can get from the dairy farmers, because we have a huge demand for milk and products from dairy milk. And I believe that it is only if the government would go into ensuring that the feeds are not as costly as they are currently. Recently, Honourable Speaker, we witnessed a high, or rather a spirited campaign to have mass vaccination of animals, and that was targeting the beef, or rather the livestock that is reared for beef. But mostly, if you go to our region, which is in Embu, you will find that we have many cows which are were not reared for beef, but for dairy. And I believe that whereas we are not opposed to the mass vaccination, we believe that there is also enormous potential in the dairy sector, and we would get a lot of help if the animal feeds can cost lower. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There's nothing to respond to Mutunga. He has just complimented what you said. Dr. Nyikal?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to a request for statement by Honorable Anna Kainan, CBS MP, before the Departmental Committee on the status of Kala-azar outbreak in Wajir County. Honorable members, I wish to bring to the attention of this House the current situation regarding the outbreak of Kala-azar, also known as visceral leishmaniasis in Wajir. Kala-azar is a life-threatening parasitic disease caused by a parasite. It is transmitted through the bite of infected sandflies and remains a serious public health concern, particularly in Kenya's northeastern, Rift Valley, and eastern regions. If left untreated, the disease has a fatality rate of 95%. Common symptoms include prolonged fever, weight loss, diarrhea, fatigue, anemia, darkening of the skin, swollen glands, and enlargement of the spleen and liver. Kala-azar status in Wajir County. Kenya has, over the past 6 years, consistently reported between 500 and 1,300 cases of Kala-azar annually, largely concentrated in 11 endemic counties. Since September 2024, however, a significant surge in reported cases has been observed in Wajir County emerging as the epicenter. To date, Wajir has recorded 672 confirmed cases, the highest among affected counties. Of these, 85% of patients have been successfully treated and recovered. 11% are undergoing treatment, and tragically, 29 lives have been lost, representing a case fatality of 3.8%, which means out of 1,000 people, 38 people have died. The most affected sub-counties are Wajir East, Wajir West, and Elders. Currently, 86 cases are on treatment across the various sub-county health facilities. In Wajir County Referral Hospital, 55 cases, Grift Sub-County Hospital, 22, Elder Sub-County Hospital, 8, and Bule Sub-County Hospital, 1. Leishmaniasis transmission in the affected region is predominantly driven by the presence of and proliferation of a sandfly known as phlebotomas, which thrive in arid and semi-arid areas commonly found in northern Kenya. Human infections typically occur when individuals are exposed to these vectors while residing or moving in those endemic areas, particularly near termite mounds, animal shelters, and cracks in walls in abandoned buildings. The risk of infection and disease is severely and significantly heightened by underlying vulnerabilities like malnutrition, weakened immunities, comorbidities like people who are infected with diseases like HIV, and delayed health-seeking behavior. The disease disproportionately affects marginalized populations living in remote, underserved areas where access to timely diagnosis and treatment is limited. Environmental and socioeconomic factors further exacerbate the outbreak. These include poor housing conditions that offer little protection against sandfly, water scarcity, and increased population mobility, displacement due to conflict or climatic factors. Additionally, low community awareness combined with high levels of cross-border movement complicates surveillance, control, and case management. Without sustained multi-sectoral interventions, including vector control, early detection, and continuous health system strengthening, the risk of recurrent outbreaks and higher mortality remains significant. Intervention undertaken in Wajir so far. Honorable members, in response to the outgoing Kala-azar outbreak in Wajir County, the government of Kenya, through the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the World Health Organization and other partners, has activated a multi-sectoral coordinated public health response, meaning including many sectors. The ministry deployed a multidisciplinary team led by their field epidemiology team to conduct rapid field investigations and case management. To bolster frontline capacity, they have trained over 30 healthcare workers in diagnosis, treatment, and case management of leishmaniasis across the 4 affected centers. This is complemented by continuous medical education targeted on the job mentorship and training on case-based surveillance reporting through health information systems aimed at improving the data accuracy and timelines. To support the diagnostics and treatment, the Ministry of Health has distributed 768 boxes of a rapid diagnostic test, 850 vials of sodium stibogluconate, 1,900 vials from paromycin, 840 vials of ambisome. Those are actually the 3 drugs that are used in the treatment. An additional 200 test kits and 400 more vials of drugs were also procured using supplementary funds. Furthermore, in collaboration with the partners such as World Health Organization and Medicines Sans Frontières, the ministry coordinated the delivery of these critical health products and technologies to Wajir County to ensure uninterrupted availability of essential diagnostic and treatment supplies for the affected population. To strengthen inpatient cases, 100 hospital beds and mattresses were distributed to improve the quality of care and comfort in the treatment facilities. Importantly, 3 mobile laboratory units were deployed in the most affected sub-counties to facilitate timely diagnosis, treatment, and on-site data collection. In addition to these medical efforts, the ministry launched comprehensive vector control activities aimed at mitigating the spread of leishmaniasis by targeting sandfly vector responsible for the disease transmission. To this end, the ministry procured 50 farm guard mast duster machines, 150 omni pumps, and 141 2-stroke engine sprayers. Basically, these are actually for spraying in the environment and spraying inside the houses. And also 1,000 sachets of insecticides for the same. These integrated vector management strategies are crucial to reducing vector density and lowering transmission. Also, on the long term, the ministry has continued in recognition of the current nature of visceral leishmaniasis, the broader and more resilient public health systems in the ministry has initiated long-term measures aimed at sustaining progress and preventing future outbreaks. These include a national strategic plan. They've also provided resources through the supplementary budget, and this has been useful in containing the outbreak. Honorable members, looking forward, the ministry has worked out a plan with KEMSA to distribute the required drugs and equipment in the affected areas. And also, Mr. Speaker, in the long term, Kenya Medical Research Institute has played a central role and will continue to play a central role to actually monitor the disease outbreak, monitor responses for a long. This is not only for the regions affected, but for the country as large. So the ministry remains available to provide any further clarification that this Honorable House may require. Signed by the Honorable Minister Aden Duale, ECG, EGA Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer given by the chair is comprehensive. But as usual, Mr. Speaker, most of it is theoretical. The Kala-azar outbreak, Mr. Speaker, is not a matter of yesterday. It has been there for years. And I'm sure in your other lives, even as a lawyer, as a magistrate, you know what happens in that particular area. Every year we are being told there's a strategic plan. Something is being done. Mr. Speaker, if we look at even the answer, 95% of all the Kala-azar reported cases actually are fatal. 2 Wajir alone has over 762 cases. Ideally, it means it's something that we know health is devolved. But equally, Mr. Speaker, we also know that most governors, most county governments are also not prepared for this critical function. Therefore, it behoves upon the national government, notwithstanding this as a critical county function, to be always ready and be prepared to attend to these innocent people when they are infected by this Kala-azar, these sandflies. Mr. Speaker, this has happened. It has happened many years ago. It has happened last year. It's happening this year. Ideally, by now, we should have a rapid response team at the Ministry of Health headquarters that will always be ready actually to attend to any part that faces this challenge. So what urgent measures are you putting in place, or the ministry putting in place, to make sure such outbreaks don't recur again to any other part of the Republic of Kenya?
Thank you. Dr. Nyikal, what urgent measures?
According to this report, Mr. Speaker, they actually have a team, an epidemiology team, that is actually who actually respond. And this case, actually, they responded, and they started by actually training people, and that involved the county health workers. That's according to the report. And also purchase of the drugs and the test kits that were required, and also purchase of the equipment that is needed to spray both in the houses and also in the environment where people live. So those are really the measures that I could see in this report they have taken.
Honorable members, before the next order, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Pare Council of Elders led by Mzerama Lukindo from Taveta constituency, Taita Taveta County. Musimame, mushangiliwe. Asante sana. Munakaribishwa katika jumba la bunge na mkae kwa starehe na fasaha. Yes, Bwire.
Honorable Speaker, Article 56 of the Constitution.
Si usungumuze Kiswahili, wageni wako wakusikie.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kifungu cha 56 cha katiba ya Kenya ya mwaka 2010 inatoa mwelekeo kwamba serikali itafanya mipango ya kutambua jamii ndogo Kenya, na hiyo mipango itaongeza mambo ya utawala, mambo ya kazi, mambo ya kutambua mila zao na desturi zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakumbuka ukija kwa constituency yangu mwaka 2023, wazee hawa ambao wako mbele yako leo walikueleza kwamba wangetamani sana watambulike kama moja ya kabila la Kenya. Nakumbuka fika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ulieleza hiyo siku kwamba kuchelewa kwa kutambulishwa kwao ni kinyume cha katiba, na kwamba kama jamii zingine, kama jamii ya Wasomali kwa mpaka wa Somali na Kenya, kama jamii ya Wajaluo katika mpaka wa Kenya na Tanzania sehemu za Mwanza, kama jamii ya Wakuria kwa mpaka wa Kenya na Tanzania, pia Wapare ambao wako kwa mpaka wa Kenya na Tanzania kule Taveta watambulike. Leo hii Mheshimiwa Spika, nakuja hapa kutoa shukrani kwa niaba ya kamati ya wazee wa Kipare na kwa niaba ya jamii ya Wapare ambao wanaishi Taveta na sehemu zingine za Kenya, na kwa niaba ya eneo bunge la Taveta kukushukuru Mheshimiwa Spika na kushukuru bunge hili la kitaifa kwa kuwapatia nafasi kuleta malalamishi yao bungeni leo. Wamesikilizwa na wamepatiwa uhakikisho kwamba petition yao itaenda kuangaliwa na itahakikishwa. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, niseme tu jambo moja nikiketi. Mwaka 2022 mmoja wa jamii hii alikuwa amependekezwa kuwa nominated councillor kwa chama cha Wiper, member of county assembly kwa chama cha Wiper. Hiyo nafasi ikachukuliwa, na baada ya kwenda kotini, koti ikasema kwamba kwa sababu Wapare wanatambulika kama stateless, basi wao sio minority, na kwa hivyo waliwekwa vibaya kwa ile kategori ya minority tribe. Kwa hivyo hatua hii ambayo imechukuliwa na bunge la kitaifa leo ni hatua ya kipekee sana, na nataka nichukue nafasi hii kuwashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika na kuwashukuru wajumbe wenzangu kwa kuwapatia Wapare nafasi ya kufika, hata kufika kwao bunge leo. Wengine wao wameniambia hawajawahi kutambulika kwa bunge la kitaifa, na hata kuwatambua leo. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante na Mwenyezi Mungu aendelee kukubariki. Asante sana.
Asante Mheshimiwa Bwire. Mheshimiwa wa Kisauni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi kunipa fursa hii kutilia nguvu swala la ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Bwire. Pia mimi niwapongeze wazee wa Kipare waliopata nafasi ya kufika katika bunge hili, na pia nitie mkazo na nguvu kwamba waweze kutambuliwa, kwa sababu kule chini wanapata shida kubwa, kuanzia wao wazee mpaka watoto wao. Inakuwa hata shule za msingi siku hizi mpaka wana stakabadhi ya kuzaliwa ndio uweze kusajiliwa kama mwanafunzi. Inakuwa ni vigumu kwa watoto wao, wajukuu zao, na hawa ni jamii ambayo wako wa Kenya, ni Kenya, hakuna mahali ingine wanaishi. Wanaweza kuwa wako upande wa Tanzania, lakini wako wale Wapare ambao ni wa Kenya, ambao tuko nao paka maeneo bunge ya Kisauni na sehemu zingine. Kwa hivyo mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nasimama hapa kwamba kutilia nguvu watambuliwe kwa haraka kama jamii za Kipemba, watambuliwe walivyotambuliwa, na wale waliobaki waendelee kutambuliwa, bora wako Kenya, ili kusudi waweze kuajiriwa, waweze kufanya mambo yote ambayo yanatikana kama raia anavyofanya. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimesimama kuunga mkono na kusisitiza kwamba hili jambo lichukuliwe kwa haraka ili wasiweze kupata tabu na adhabu wanaoendelea kupata. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to express myself best in English. I want to address a broader issue, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say this, Honorable Speaker. As a country, we must end...
Yes, Honorable Millie Odiam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to protest very strongly
attend by Honorable Baya to speak in English. When it is people like Honorable Millie Odhiambo, that is Kiswahili si mdomo chao, that cannot speak Kiswahili today. But when he's here, Mr. Speaker, we would like to sit here and get mesmerized and to learn and to be experts. When we get such an opportunity, can he at least speak Kiswahili so we learn? When we were in primary school, Mr. Speaker, my school, we spoke English throughout in primary school, except Wednesdays, when we were told to speak in Kiswahili. The school went very silent on Wednesdays. Mr. Speaker, I'd want to remember my primary by being quiet today and partaking of the knowledge in Kiswahili. So could you please declare him out of order so that he speaks in Kiswahili?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not an expert at mesmerizing people. And allow me to tell the Honorable Billy, I can express myself best the way I would like to. Honorable Speaker, we must end statelessness in this country. Stateless must be ended. Yes. Stateless is actually a position where you belong nowhere. And it is one of the greatest sufferings in the world, not to belong to a state. Honorable Speaker, we have salvaged the Makonde, we have salvaged the Shona, the Pemba, the Pare, the Rundi, and the Rwandese that are still in this country require an affirmative action. We solved the Makonde problem. We still have a problem with the Nubians because of their code. We have a problem with the Watha, and the Sanya. We still have issues, Honorable Speaker. But as a country, we should be in the forefront to solve the issue of statelessness. I have pushed a bill, Honorable Speaker, in this House that has taken inordinately too long to actually finish, to solve the whole issue of statelessness. And if given an opportunity, I believe this Parliament, the 13th Parliament, should be in record to finish statelessness. And we have a president who is not averse to these issues. I think when he came to Kilifi to give the Pemba citizenship, he was very categorical. Let Parliament do its work to ensure that we have a law that does not allow a Kenyan who is discriminated by virtue of being stateless. Honorable Speaker, I have seen stateless people suffer. You can't register a SIM card, you can't have a bank account, you can't even marry, legally, because you are stateless. You cannot even own children, have children of your own, registered in your name. Those are some of the vagaries that come with being stateless. These Pare people deserve to be Kenyans and belong to the state Kenya. Honorable Speaker, let's use the opportunity that we have as leaders to ensure that we end stateless, and this is a group, and this is a tribe, and this is a community that must be given the due respect by being called Kenyans by virtue of registration and being Kenyans.
Minority
Speaker,
Leader.
thank you.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to congratulate Honorable Bwire for taking this bold step of bringing people who are marginalized and minorities in his constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is what real representation is. Mr. Honorable Bwire, congratulations for the work you've done. This is how you represent your people, by especially taking care of the minorities. But having said...
They are worse than minorities, they are stateless.
They are stateless, actually. Yeah, right, Mr. Speaker. They're even worse than minorities. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, people only realize the fruits of their rights, enjoyment of a right, when you lose it. Mr. Speaker, there are people also in this country who face a lot of discrimination in terms of even acquiring. Kenyans who are unable to acquire national documents, like national identity card and passport. Mr. Speaker, I am shocked. I am shocked when I saw a governor in this country, in this Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, shouting at the top of his voice from somewhere in Mount Elgon or somewhere there in Trans Nzoia, saying some Kenyans should not be given the identity cards, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I came to realize the training of a person is very important in life. And the way I'm getting trained in this house, Mr. Speaker, is what has made me serve the people. Mr. Speaker, some of the people who have gone through the provincial administration, who have served in that region of northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker.
I started training you when you were a councillor.
Kabisa, Mr. Speaker. Yes. In Malakisi, you took me to Malakisi in 2005 so that I can interact with the public, you remember. Mr. Speaker, a whole governor stands in his place addressing a gathering of Kenyans saying that other Kenyans must be discriminated against. Mr. Speaker, I know the governor was a former PC or a former DC, and I know the culture that goes on when you are especially posted to Northern Kenya, where you have to be paid for you to give somebody's identity card. And that's how some of them have made their money, Mr. Speaker. That is a colonial mentality. That man does not deserve to lead anybody in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. It is very, very heartening, Mr. Speaker. Disheartening. He does not even be a village elder, Mr. Speaker. When you can come openly and say that certain Kenyans should not be given an ID because they are bordering another country. Even him is running a county that is bordering Uganda. Shame on him. Shame on him. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that community is discriminating against live in Trans Nzoia, Mr. Speaker. And you know you are their leader, Mr. Speaker. You come from there also. I can assure you they will never vote for him again. He has lost those votes. His name is Honorable Nakimbia or Nakimbia. Nakimbia too. He's just running everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was taken aback, Mr. Speaker. I know what discrimination people go through in that region. There are many children in northern Kenya who have finished schooling, they have finished colleges, they have finished universities, they cannot get employment because they don't have an ID. They cannot even get admission to university because they don't have an ID. That is the kind of leaders nowadays we have in Kenya, who is openly saying in a public forum that let us discriminate against this community. And you are calling yourself a governor who is supposed to be leading a multi-society, multi-ethnic, multi-religious county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is where I know tomorrow he'll be shouting in a burial there in Bukusola and in Trans Nzoia, abusing me. I don't care. This is where I will speak. People of Suna, who I represent, who include Luos, Koreas, Subas, Somalis, lawyers, Giria, everybody, have told me to speak here and tell that governor that he is wrong. He cannot discriminate against other Kenyans. Who is he, Mr. Speaker? What the hell does he think he is? Keep on, talking open. And I don't know why NCIC is no longer functioning. I thought the first person they will arrest or they will summon is that governor, that raw governor. Is actually a raw governor. Yes. Mr. Speaker, bordering another county does not mean you must be discriminated against. How many counties border other countries? Mandera borders another country. Busia borders another country. Where I come from, Migori, borders Tanzania. Narok borders Tanzania. Trans Nzoia borders Uganda. Kwale borders Tanzania. That does not mean that you have to discriminate against Kenyans who are staying in those counties. If he's fearing that that community is going to have numbers in the next election and they may vote for in a certain way, let him tell his community to give more birth to more children. Mr. Speaker, I am taken aback, and I'm going to bring a petition, by the way, to discuss that matter in this House. Mr. Speaker, a national leader who is running a county, I repeat again, that's multi-ethnic, multi-religion, denomination. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be left. I saw the other day in some burial I attended, not at some burial, the burial of my speaker's mother, talking a lot of things. I could not even respond to him. I just kept quiet. When I remembered what he said from the community that I come from ancestrally, I just looked at him and said, this is the guy who wants to deny my people ID cards. This is the guy who wants to discriminate against other Kenyans. This is the guy who wants other Kenyans to be called non-Kenyans. And he used to be a former regional ward, where if we start talking about what happened even under his leadership in the Rift Valley, Mr. Speaker, we'll be speaking here all day. People were tortured, people were killed, houses were burnt in the Mau Forest, people were removed from Mau Forest at night, their homes burnt, everything done, people died, and he still has the audacity to tell everyone who cares that, oh, you're stupid man, I can talk whatever I want. You cannot discriminate against other Kenyans and you expect us to keep quiet. We will not do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I will say what I've said on this floor of the House, outside the House, and I will go even to Trans Nzoia in Kitale Town and say it. Those very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Karole Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate Mheshimiwa Honorable Bwire for the bold step of bringing the people of Pare ancestry to the National Assembly. I think as leaders, our job is to find solutions. That is why we are here. We can ventilate, we can say as much as we want, but if we don't offer solutions, then I don't think we are rendering the service that we are expected to do. On these two issues, we already have a solution which I've already proposed and which is being processed by the help of the Speaker and the Clerk. On the issue of the Pares and the other stateless, I've already proposed a bill, Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Bill, which will create a new category of acquiring citizenship by ancestry in terms of historical connection, lineage, affinity, consanguinity, and we'll also implement the right of return for all Africans who are exported out of Africa. So that is a solution. What this House should do is to support that. The second thing, the idea of IDs. Already I've proposed a bill, Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, that will enable students to get ID cards and voter cards while they are still in school. This afternoon, we reiterated what we said in Naivasha, that we should prioritize members' bills. All these solutions are amongst us here. It is up to us to actualize the solutions. So I would plead and give the Wapare people assurance that at least in this House, there'll be a solution. They'll not be stateless. We will pass this bill and they will get the citizenship. In fact, I know Wapares very well. There's a famous joke in Tanzania, not to demean anybody, but they like to say, you know, my mother was from there. If you have money and you want to send it to your mother in the village, if you give it to Ampare, it will get to your mother. If you give it to Amchaga, it will not get there. But if you have a beautiful sister-in-law and you ask Amchaga to escort her to your mother, she will reach there. With Wapare, she will not reach. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Benja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Chukua dakika moja moja.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all welcome the guests in your gallery, Mr. Speaker. And I think their visit will go down in history as having brought the necessary changes in this republic. Mr. Speaker, to be a stateless person is the worst discrimination that you can ever be. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking as a former ambassador of Kenya to the Republic of Namibia. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes you find Kenyans who have found themselves in another country without the necessary documents. And the treatment they get, Mr. Speaker, is very bad. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the comments made by my colleagues. I also have a community from Rwanda who were brought a long time ago, Mr. Speaker, to come and plant tea in Kericho. And because of one or two reasons, Mr. Speaker, they have found themselves in Kenya, but they are facing discrimination. They cannot get IDs. They have actually been forced to change their names, Mr. Speaker, so that they can fit in.
Farah Maalim.
Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice into the issue of statelessness and discrimination in our country. Mr. Speaker, you started your legal career way back in the early 80s, and you used to travel all the way to Northeastern Province. And you remember the kind of discrimination that was there, where a DC or a DO is a judge, he's a magistrate. You'll be arrested by his administration police officers, And then you are brought before a DO to sentence you now on the charges that were preferred against you by the people he sent you. Mr. Speaker, we have seen a lot in this country. I myself, in 1980, when I was going to go out, give me another 5 minutes, Speaker. Yes. When I was supposed to travel out of the country, I was supposed to fill a form called P7 for me to get a passport. And it says to be filled by non-indigenous Kenyans like Asians, Arabs, and Somalis. Now, when you tell the residents of Wajir and Garissa and Mandera are non-indigenous, who is the indigenous community to Mandera or Wajir? Are they Kikuyus? Are they Luos? Are they Luyas? Are they Subas? And you claim, and you claim these people, this is part of Kenya. You're not saying that these are Somalis, let them go to Somalia. Mr. Speaker, it's good for us to understand history. And Millie remembers this very.
Give him 1 minute. Finish up.
Mr. Speaker, the DRC has suffered more than 6 million people dead. That problem started with the Banyamulenge, if you remember very well, when Mobutu Sese Seko said, you are not Zairwa, you are not Congolese. Go to Rwanda because you look like the Tutsis of Rwanda. And they went to war. And that war is still going on right now. The M23 you're hearing about is as a result of the problem that started that time. 100,000 people who are discriminated can destroy a nation of 60 million. Wapare don't have any other country. Let them be given their citizenship. Let's protect our country and our nationals. Because nobody is going to accept to be discriminated against. Natembeya belongs somewhere else. He does not belong to Kenya, by the way. And his ideas are crooked. Awacha akimbia mahali ingine. Atoke hapa.
Mayaka, 1 minute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa fursa hii ili nijiunge na wabunge wenzangu kuwakaribisha wenzetu kutoka Pare katika bunge hili na kuwahimiza wajisikie huru, wajisikie nyumbani. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, kama bunge tunajiunga mkono pia kuwakataza wale ambao wanataka kuwabagua wenzetu ambao wametoka katika sehemu za mpaka na kuwashurutisha na kueleza ya kwamba wengine wao ambao ni viongozi katika kata ama kwa vile mnavyosema kwa county wanafaa kuwe katika kipao cha mbele kuwahimiza wenzetu ambao wametoka mpakani ili wawe hapa. Lakini pia Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuwahimiza wenzetu kutoka Pare ya kwamba siku nyingine mkikuja muje pia na vijana wachanga ili wenzetu ambao hawana mabibi waweze waweze kupata mabwana kutoka sehemu zingine ili Wapare waongezeke na wapate mabibi kutoka.
They are not hawking girls.
Asante sana.
They are looking for statehood. A person who is stranded and is looking for statehood cannot hawk women around. Member for Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all is to say poleni ndugu zetu kutoka kule coast. This issue has been there for a long time. They suffer what also our brothers and sisters who were married at the border face, proving many things. If you say you must prove if you are a Kenyan, and the only proof is that you gave birth, they want a certificate. Maybe you met in a bush, loved each other, made babies, and because many people in their lives don't go that other way of marriage processes, the only proof is kids. Public acknowledgement, the Ligrus, chiefs, they know these people, how they even started living together, their story, their history. So I want to thank the President for easing it.
Then members will have to stop there. I want to encourage you as members of Parliament, as many of you, Junet, everybody has said, We must eliminate statelessness in our country. We must. There are people, even in Kabete here, there are Shonas who came to Kenya from Zimbabwe. They are stuck there stateless. They were given. That is very good. We must eliminate statelessness. And as African people, look at your history and remember, in the early 1900s, in Namibia, where Benja says he was an ambassador, I remember, the Germans gave a license to hunters, and the license read, you are free to shoot an elephant, a rhino, a lion, a buffalo, and a bushman. The bushmen are the hereros. They are licensed to shoot them on sight. The same thing that happened to other people elsewhere. We as Africans must love each other regardless. Whether an African found himself here from Senegal, or from Sudan, or from Ethiopia, or from anywhere, they are our brothers and sisters, and there is no right for them to be stateless. And as members of parliament, live to this billing. Young Bwire brought a petition. The petition committee should expedite it. And these Pare elders have the same right as any one of us to be in this country and to enjoy the benefits of citizenship. So Bwire, you have a duty, and parliament leadership. In fact, you should have a catalog of all stateless communities in the country, put them in one basket, and we encourage our president to accede to giving them citizenship all at once, so that we eliminate statelessness. The Rwandese who came to weed maize in Trans Nzoia, the Burundis who came to pluck tea in Kericho, the Nubians who came to Kenya to guard the British. They brought you Nubian gin, the forerunner to Changa, which many of you enjoy, and many other things. Let's call the next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of nominees to 31 National Government Constituencies Development Fund committees.
As I invite Sirma to move that motion, it's a very quick motion. Move second, I don't think there's much to debate there. I want to advise the House that order number 10 is stood down to tomorrow afternoon. I'll invite Honorable Junet to say something to that so that you understand why I'm stepping it down. Junet and Baya, I'll give you 2 minutes each. Then Sirma will move his motion. The county government's additional allocations bill is being stepped down on the understanding that you had in the morning, and as leaders, you have a duty to tell the House. Yes, Junet, start. 2 minutes. Give Junet the mic.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, members are aware, this has been a very contentious bill. And this morning, yesterday, after the matter, quorum was raised by none other than myself, the Speaker called for a meeting at his office with the leadership of Parliament, and we discussed the matter at length with the Speaker, and then he invited the Council of Governors to a meeting today, 8 in the morning. which was attended by all the leadership in Parliament, Honorable Baya, Honorable Mili, and Honorable Osoro, and other members, and the Budget Committee Chair. So the Council of Governors was represented in that meeting by their chairman and their legal, chairman of the legal committee, I think, Governor Mutula Kilonzo Jr. And we discussed the matter at length, and there were compromises that were made that they should do, and on our side also we will do. And one of the issues that we agreed was that the matter that is in court, the matter that is pending in court, was, I think, coming up for judgment on 28th. So we agreed in the meeting that that judgment should be arrested, should be pended. In law, the Speaker advises me, it is called you stay the judgment, so that we can engage constructively on this matter of RMLF. And once that judgment is stayed, on our part also as a House, we now pass the bill. Because the bill does not contain RMLF also, it majorly contains donor-funded projects and those kind of things. So if a consent is filed in court between the two parties to stay the judgment, and that consent is filed in court, then we can pass the bill so that also the donor funding can go to the counties. So that is what we agreed this morning, and that is what is being implemented. And we hope that by end of business today, that should end. And then tomorrow now we can go back to business of the House and bring back the bill on the order paper. But my last issue, Mr. Speaker, is, Mr. Speaker, no one in the country, whether governors or any leadership or even the citizenry, should never think that this House is opposed to devolution. Mr. Speaker, this House supports devolution completely. And that is why every year we support the Division of Revenue Bill. We have supported every county bill, every bill that concerns counties that has either originated from this House or from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. We support devolution completely because we know the intention of devolution is to make the lives of our citizens better, Mr. Speaker. The soul of this constitution is devolution, Mr. Speaker. Because there are counties that will not have received 1 billion shillings in their lives if devolution did not happen, Mr. Speaker. So nobody should send any notion that National Assembly is against devolution. We support devolution and we will make sure devolution thrives in our country, but we want to have the Constitution respected holistically so that the National Assembly can do their work, the Senate can do their work, and the counties can do their work so that we have a win-win situation for the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you remember we used to have a tug of war with the Senate on issues of functions. Which house is upper, which house is lower, which functions belongs to this house, which functions belongs to the Senate. Luckily, the senators on their own volition went to the court. They filed a case to nullify 23 statutes that was passed by this House, Mr. Speaker. And they went to the High Court. I think they lost in the High Court. They went to the Court of Appeal. They lost in the Court of Appeal. Then they went to the Supreme Court. And in the end, Supreme Court rendered a judgment 3 weeks ago. And it brought clarity that the functions of the Senate is this, and the function of the National Assembly, there is no ambiguity anymore. The issue of money bills have been sorted. The Supreme Court, in its own ruling, said that money bill is in the domain of the National Assembly. It cannot originate from the Senate. They have said any bill... It
cannot originate anywhere else.
It cannot originate anywhere else. My teacher is teaching me, who is the Speaker, other than the National Assembly.
Yes.
It is saying that bills concerning counties can originate from the National Assembly and can as well originate from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. It has also said national government CDF is not unconstitutional. It is constitutional. It is said that the National Assembly almost described the National Assembly as the upper house because of the powers that the Supreme Court has declared. It's not my own making. The ruling is in public, Mr. Speaker.
It's a judgment, not a ruling.
A judgment, yes. The judgment is in public. Anybody can access it. Anybody can read it. It's no longer secret. So, Mr. Speaker, even this county government issue can go to the Supreme Court And I'm sure the Supreme Court will say that this is the position. So please, we want to develop our country. We want to support devolution. We want to support all institutions of this country to function in accordance with the Constitution. So nobody should badmouth the National Assembly. Nobody should say the National Assembly is doing anything wrong or it's an affront to the devolution, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, that is the position of the National Assembly.
Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for taking leadership in this matter, and also thank the leaders of the National Assembly, Junet, Mili, the Chairman of Budget, Osoro, and myself, who sat in that meeting in the morning, to actually come up with resolutions that take a firm position that everybody should respect their positions. One, Honorable Speaker, I want to reiterate the sentiments of the Honorable Junet. As a House, we support devolution, and we'll go out all our way to ensure that devolution works. But, Honorable Speaker, that should not be used to twist the National Assembly. That, probably the National Assembly does not support devolution. We support devolution, but that should not be used to twist us. One of the things, Honorable Speaker, was that this case must be arrested. That's the word that was used, arrested, so that a judgment does not ensue, so that we can deal with the the bill that is before us. Yes. So, Honorable Speaker, what I would like to say is that as a House, we will stand very firm on this matter, such that the governors must respect the space of the National Assembly as we respect theirs, and ensure that what is due to members of the National Assembly, or what is due to the national government, remains in the national government, because the funds that they're fighting for are national government funds that are available to Kera and Kura. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, what I would like to reiterate the position. I know yesterday members felt very aggrieved, but I think the leadership of the House will protect the members of this House and ensure that what they will require as funds for roads will still remain there. Honorable Speaker, lastly, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say this, that the governors have for a long time tried to poke holes to get much more every time. And I think it's time that we rested this matter. We pass a law, they go to court. Then GCF, they want to go to court. I think it's time that they stopped doing that to ensure that we have a smooth country and everybody remains on his lane and everybody does the functions that they have been given to do. We wish the governors well. When they get money, let them implement projects that help the constituents, the county. Allow national government also to do their work, so that all this put together, Honorable Speaker, takes our country forward. But I want to reiterate what the Honorable Junet said. And I want to say this. The letter that was published by Anyang Yong yesterday was in bad faith. Bad faith. And as a National Assembly, we condemn it, and it must remain condemned. And every governor there must take their position as it is and do their work instead of spending a lot of time trying to do things that are necessary. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Musa Sirma, you can move the motion at Order 8.
Mr.
I don't want to open debate on it. They are your leaders. You should trust them. Kainan, let Musa Sirima move his motion.
Mr. Speaker,
take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I wish
take your seat.
To ask that I move that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee on its consideration of nominees to 31 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 22nd of April, 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 31 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, the names of the constituencies are in the order paper. I do not need to read. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the members that the CS made good of his promise and the respect to the chair, because it is so important that funds are released to the constituencies before we go on recess, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I move this, Mr. Speaker, we want prudent use of these funds, which will make development in this country better. Mr. Speaker, without much ado, I beg to move that this House approves. And I want to ask Honorable Wangwe, the MP for Navakolo, to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by the great member for the chair. And my Honorable Speaker is just to emphasize on one point, which I would want to bring to your attention and the attention of the House. That, Honorable Speaker, as we approve the names, the next stage is normally gazettement of the names. And colleagues, as we sit here today, most of the constituencies that so far have been approved are yet to be gazetted. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, it's a delay that is being caused on the gazettement side. Whoever is concerned, Honorable Speaker, whom I believe is the Attorney General, my request to you, Honorable Speaker, and the House, is that we come in, or you come in, Honorable Speaker, so that the Attorney General moves with the speed, gazettes the names, and let our constituents enjoy the funds that we have been pushing to get to the ground. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
Member on his feet, take your seat. Is that Sunguya? Take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee on its consideration of nominees to 31 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 22nd April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees set out herein on the order paper for appointment to the following 31 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Do we put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee on its consideration of nominees to 31 constituency committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 22nd April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees set out in the order paper herein for appointment to the following 31 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, second reading. Resumption of debate.
My record shows, Carolo Mondi, you had 7 minutes to wind up your speech, or your contribution.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I did point out in the morning that the measure of poverty is what is called the food poverty line, which calculates what the nutritional requirements or food energy requirements are per person, and then it is weighed against the actual food expenditure of a household or a person, and then we put you either above or below the poverty line. According to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, their study of 2022, the poverty rates are lowest in Nairobi at 16.5 and highest at 82.7 in Turkana. The reason why I'm giving this background is so that we understand how to identify those we classify as needy. When I read this proposed bill, I'm a little worried that the classification may not be very scientific because we are using very general terms as persons in need, orphans, or vulnerable children.
Yes, there's a point of order from Honorable Atandi.
Honorable Speaker, this bill was moved yesterday, and this morning we have been discussing this bill, and most members are in agreement that this bill needs to be passed. I was going to urge you to ask the mover to just reply.
Honorable Atandi is out of order for the proponent of the bill to move closure of debate. Get another member to do so. You are legitimately right, but wrong procedure.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Sorry for that rude interruption. He wanted to oust.
Is in this bill, or is it moved by a leader of majority?
Yes.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong order. Anyway, let's allow Carolo Mondi to finish. Then we'll put it to the House. If you agree, then we call the mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker, so the categorization under Section 28 may not be very accurate. Somebody could be an orphan, but is not below the poverty line. You could be an old person, but you are not below the poverty line. You could be a person with disability, but you are not below the poverty line. So I think there's some very serious work we need to do here to avoid controversies in the future. Secondly, as a House, it would have been better to understand the full cost implication of implementing this bill and the social programs contemplated thereunder. You realize it talks about non-contributory universal social protection program. We don't know whether this will take 100 billion or 200 billion. I think as a House in the memorandum, the leader of majority should have informed us so that we could really debate from a position of knowledge. Because it is going to apply to everybody. And those who will be excluded can easily go to court and claim discrimination and basically derail the entire system. So I think we need to do additional work. And in any event, if we are talking about universal non-contributory universal protection program, already there are so many forms of social protection that exist. We have schemes by government where we give subsidized foodstuffs. Yeah, there are schemes where we waive fees or we give free medical care. We have community health workers who offer assistance and service to those in need. We have bursaries, we have free education in some components, and we have emergency funds, which are not included in this new proposal. And I'm wondering where all this will fit. I thought we should have a comprehensive bill that is dealing with social protection in all the spheres where government funds are being spent. But also, if you look at Section 31, Honorable Speaker, we are being told that the authority or the board that is being proposed to be established will conduct an assessment to verify whether applicants are eligible, or in other words, if they are in need and are eligible for protection. In a country where over 50% are below the poverty line, I mean, what kind of bureaucracy are we going to create that can assess all applications? Is this really practical? I'm just wondering how this monster will function, where you are being told in Turkana the poverty prevalence is 82.7% of the population. How many forms will they have, or what system will they have to help us do this assessment? Mr. Speaker, I understand very well that this is part of the conditionalities in our relationship with the World Bank, but I think it is better we do good work and improve on this bill so that we don't create a monster that will not work, will just create acrimony in society, and eventually will be a conduit for corruption. I think we really need to do a lot of work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I'll give Timothy Kipchumba as the last contributor. For Tim, you'll have 5 minutes. Then we can ask the House if we can call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the letter, the intent, and the purpose of this very progressive piece of legislation. Honorable Speaker, this bill collapses the Social Assistance Act. Actually, it says when it is passed, it repeals the Social Assistance Act, which in my opinion, had a lot of loopholes. So, Honorable Speaker, these are very progressive piece of legislation that as a House we should be able to support. Honorable Speaker, this bill addresses the issue of second generation rights, that is social and economic rights. Honorable Speaker, those are rights that are provided for by the Constitution, and therefore we cannot ignore as a nation. Honorable Speaker, if you read clause 28.3 of this bill, it actually widens the scope of those who are entitled to social assistance and financial assistance at the age that they attain. Honorable Speaker, it expands that scope to include orphans and vulnerable children, poor old members of society, persons with disabilities, persons in extreme poverty, and persons affected by shocks. Honorable Speaker, that category of persons were not able to be assisted under the Social Assistance Act, which shall now be repealed once this progressive piece of legislation is passed. Honorable Speaker, apart from that, if you read clause 30 of this bill, it also includes a category, a very special category of non-Kenyan citizens in an emergency situation. Honorable Speaker, there has been a challenge on how to handle non-citizens who have an emergency in this country, and I believe that this bill, once it is passed, that category of people has been provided for and therefore will be subject to assistance. Honorable Speaker, of great importance is, if you look at part 4 on the issue of offenses, Honorable Speaker, for the first time, many vulnerable people have been conned or have been the subject of fraud by people who collect money on their behalf, pretending that they are the ones who are entitled to it. I've read, Honorable Speaker, clause 45 on the issue of fraud, which provides that any person who defrauds the board or conspires or aids or abets another person to defraud the board commits an offense and shall be subject, and on conviction shall be liable to a fine not exceeding 2 million shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. Honorable Speaker, that provision was not there is not there under the current Social Assistance Act. So, Honorable Speaker, that is, for me, it is a progressive provision under this particular statute which will be able to assist or to curb the issue of fraud. Finally, Honorable Speaker, in terms of transition, under Part 6, there is a provision on repeal savings and transition provisions. Honorable Speaker, since we are repealing the Social Assistance Act and replacing with this the Social Protection Bill of 2015, it provides very clearly that any person who immediately before the coming into force of this act was an officer or member of staff of the Directorate of Social Assistance of the National Social Protection Secretariat, not being under a notice of dismissal or resignation, shall upon commencement of this act become an officer of the board. Honorable Speaker, many other times as a House that we've passed legislations that have ignored the issue of transition. Honorable Speaker, remember the issue of SHA. We passed a bill here, but we were not very clear on the issue of transition, such that officers from NHIF would have been taken to work under SHA. But because there was no clear transition provisions, those officers who are under NHIF were not transitioned to SHA. So, Honorable Speaker, this is progressive because officers or any person who had been appointed to work under the Social Assistance Act that we shall repeal shall now work under this particular statute. So, Honorable Speaker, I submit, I second this bill, and I urge the House to proceed to pass this particular piece of legislation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. Order Mawade, take a seat. Following the request by the Honourable Atande, I now put the question to the House that the mover be called upon to reply. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honourable Speaker, I stand to reply to the Social Protection Bill, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank members for the contribution, robust contributions, and we've had incisive thoughts on this bill, and I think we will have a very good committee of the whole on the same to ensure that we give Kenya a good social protection bill. Honorable Speaker, as a bill by the Honorable Toroitich, this is a very progressive bill that unshackles and unhinges a lot of things that are in social protection. So, Honorable Speaker, I reply.
Honorable members, we'll put the question to this tomorrow at 2:30. Now call out order number 11.
Order number 11, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this is a very short piece of legislation, a small amendment that is required to ensure that we remove some ambiguities in the value-added tax. And as I do that, I want to prepare the Honorable Junet to second. Honorable Speaker, this bill just needs to do a small thing, and I want to do that. What it wants to do is to amend the value-added tax. The bill amends the first schedule in paragraph 146 of Part 1 to remove ambiguity caused by the use of the words after this date. When this bill was passed, there was that element that was put there that after this date. This created ambiguity in such a way that it was not clear which date the bill would take effect. And because of that, therefore, we want to substitute that small bit with the exact date of when the bill takes effect. So, Honorable Speaker, during the implementation of the Tax Laws Amendment 25, it became evident that the changes introduced ambiguity. The proviso added to paragraph 146 states, providing that the value of such investment is not less than 2 billion shillings, and the exemption was granted before 1st January and shall continue to apply for 12 months after this date. Honorable Speaker, this House is aware that the Tax Amendment Act took effect on the 27th of December 2024. As currently worded, the amendment appears to apply retrospectively, implying that the Cabinet Secretary should not have granted exemption after January 2024, and that only exemptions granted before this date are valid for 12 months, ending in January 2024. This does not reflect the intended purpose of providing a transition period of the VAT exemption. Instead, it inadvertently suggests that the Cabinet Secretary acted contrary to the law by granting exceptions through 2024, despite the law at the time permitting such grants. Honorable Speaker, so what are we doing in this law? Honorable Speaker, if you look at the law, therefore, what we are trying to amend is this, that the first schedule to the value-added tax is amended in paragraph 146 of Part 1 by deleting the words 12 months after this date and substituting, therefore, the words 12 months from the date of commencement of this act. That is what we are doing. Just putting the words, substituting 12 months after this date to 12 months from the date of commencement of this act. And that is what we are doing, Honorable Speaker, in this small amendment. And therefore, I don't want to belabor the point. It is straightforward what we want to do as a parliament, and we should not take a lot of time. I want to request the Honorable Junet Mohammed to second. And after secondment, 1, 2, 3 contributions, and we call the mover to reply, and we go ahead, Honorable Speaker. No, I'm just making a suggestion in my contribution. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Junet.
Proceed. Honorable Junet, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second the bill on the VAT Amendment Act, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very small amendment rectifying what happened in the tax amendment laws that we passed in December. It's a very controversial one, but Madam Speaker, is also a necessity because it is helping manufacturing, big investors who have, who has put faith and decided to take risk in investing in our country, Madam Speaker. So it is part of the incentives that is being offered to big investors who have invested huge sums of money so that they can put up industry in our country. Madam Speaker, manufacturing is not doing very well in the country at the moment. It's about 3%. So with these kind of incentives, we expect manufacturers to be enticed so that they can put more money to create jobs for our people. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose that the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025, be read a second time. Yes, Honorable Mulugara, what would you like to say?
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025, as explained by the Leader of Majority, the Deputy Leader of Majority, and the Leader of Minority. It's a small bill, but it has great impact on what it makes provision for, looking at the first schedule to Cap 476, which we are trying to amend. This particular section 146 deals with, or clause 146 deals with exempt supplies, and the provision that was made here is that the Cabinet Secretary has to make a determination on what to exempt from VAT to the provided magnitude so as to promote investment and manufacturing in the country or in the sector. It's important that every moment we pass these tax laws, we look at what investment we are promoting and what manufacturing is also to be promoted. And for purposes of legislation, it is vitally important that pieces of legislation have to be clear so that everyone reading the law understands exactly when that law is going to affect the person. So the provision to the Act is that provided that the value of such investment is not less than 2 billion shillings and the exemption was granted before 1st January 2024 and it shall continue to apply for 12 months after this date. And this is where the proposed amendment comes in, that we now have to substitute 12 months after this date, which is the 1st of March, the 1st of January 2024, with 12 months from the date of commencement of the Act. The date of commencement of the Act is actually most important in that by the time the bill is or was accented to, the 1st of January 2024 may have actually been eaten into, and therefore the new date of commencement would actually give the relevant 12 months, which have to be considered as concessionary. Therefore, this is a good amendment, and I support.
Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support the bill as presented by the Deputy Leader of Majority. Honorable Speaker, there are many ways of growing the economy. One of the ways of growing the economy is giving tax incentives to potential sectors that are important for regenerating more revenue and also creating job opportunities. Honorable Speaker, in this year, the economy is projected to grow on the back of manufacturing. And we are projecting that manufacturing is the one that is going to help us to collect more taxes and also create job opportunities. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the incentive that will be given to manufacturers in the steel sector to be able to defer taxes, VAT on their products is something that we really need to support as a House. And even though in the past I've said, Honorable Speaker, that tax incentives is an area that we need to kill so that we can be able to save 300 billion that we lose on VAT waivers. On this particular one, because of the prospects of job creation and growth of the manufacturing sector that we foresee, I think this is something that I want to urge the House to pass and allow these particular investors to be able to move in and pump in the resources they have. Some of them are foreign investors, some of them are local investors, and we believe that they are going to create the jobs that we need for our people. Honorable Speaker, in line with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that we are championing as broad-based government, this is something that is going to help the economy. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Amase, you can see she's pressed the intervention button. She's not here. Honorable Sunkuya. Honorable Irene Mayaka. Okay, Honorable Ounda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also stand here to support this value tax amendment bill, but that basically tries to rectify the error or the omission that was occasioned when we passed the Business Laws Amendment Bill, nominees Tax Laws Amendment Bill, and typically we should have picked this one out, but normally things here are rushed, in the syllabus normally get rushed, so some of these basic things are left out. Honorable Speaker, what the bill is actually proposing to do is to extend tax incentives to investors. Typically, Honorable Speaker, in such an arrangement, this actually amounts to tax expenditures, whereby a country forgoes revenue with this hope that the investment will result in higher revenue. Honorable Speaker, I have attended so many forums on this subject matter, but the truth of the matter, it hasn't made any significant changes. We only end up enriching the manufacturers, and yet we leave the country poorer than it was before then. Honorable Speaker, EPZs have been here with us for many years. We have granted them tax incentives, yet they have not contributed significantly to improving the GDP of the economy, improving capital growth, and even improving per capita income in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, many of us were always apprehensive when these kind of amendments are brought without having any study to determine what's the long-term impact of this kind of tax incentives that basically milk and transfer the benefits from the people of Kenya to some amorphous institutions outside of this country. We just hope and pray that these incentives should only last for the period intended here. They should not go beyond this particular moment. And Honorable Speaker, tellingly, it's just targeted to a certain class, a certain sector, Honorable Speaker. And many Kenyans, if you Google, they know who are the investors in this sector, the steel sector. We must get away from this country passing laws that seems to only geared towards pleasing some certain quotas for their personal gains, because some people somewhere are the beneficiaries of the end results of this matter. At this rate, Honorable Speaker, we are going to legislate about everything, anything, in order to support certain forms of businesses, forgetting to look at the employer effect of those kind of changes. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support, but obvious reservation, but we need to get it moving as it is. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Who else wants to contribute? Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support this particular amendment because, Honorable Speaker, as has been indicated by the mover of the bill, is that this is in essence going to help in correcting the ambiguity that was caused by the previous bill. But also, Honorable Speaker, so to speak, is also just to encourage and promote a method of people being more of investors than not being investors, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, 1 year for an investor, for manufacturers, is a very long time. and especially in the steel industry, because that is one industry that doesn't have that many people. But also, Honorable Speaker, the people who are there are making a lot of impact. Honorable Speaker, we are a country that is largely an assembling nation rather than manufacturing. And therefore, when we have situations where we are encouraging people to go into the sector of manufacturing, then that is always a welcome. And Honorable Speaker, because this is a very brief amendment, with those very few remarks, I want to support this, and I submit. I thank you.
It seems like there is no further interest. This matter, we shall put the question at a later time. You can move a reply? Yes.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, in reply, I would like to say this, that this is a bill that gives incentive to manufacturing and turns Kenya into that manufacturing giant that we have always wanted to be. And Honorable Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation that encourages manufacturing, encourages investors, and therefore it's important that we pass this bill. Also, Honorable Speaker, we are correcting the ambiguity that was created when we passed this in the Business Laws Amendment Act, the omnibus law, and therefore because of that, and I think we need to be more careful as Parliament in future so that we don't create this kind of errors that put cabinet secretaries who are implementers of this law into an awkward position. So, Honorable Speaker, I reply.
Thank you. We shall defer the putting of the question to a later time, maybe tomorrow. Okay, next order.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of the prevention of terrorism, implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolution on suppression of terrorism regulations 2024.
I see that the chairperson of the Committee on Delegated Legislation is not present, so we'll defer that motion also. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of the prevention of terrorism, implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolution on prevention, suppression, and disruption of proliferation financing, amendment regulations 2024.
Okay, I also see that the chairperson still, so supposed to be the chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, is still not present, so we shall proceed to the next, we'll defer it and proceed to the next order.
Order number 14, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the Kenya foreign policy.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Devolution Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 22nd April 2025, and approved sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's place in the world is neither accidental nor static. It is shaped by a deliberate, constitutionally grounded foreign policy. Sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 13th February 2025, and thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations for consideration. Honorable Speaker, as Kwame Nkrumah once said, and reminded us powerfully so, we face neither east nor west, but we face forward. This sessional paper embodies that forward-looking stance. It provides a bold, coherent, and adaptive roadmap for Kenya's foreign policy, anchored in our history, aligned with our developmental aspirations, and calibrated for a rapidly shifting international landscape. With strategic themes such as digital diplomacy, science and ocean diplomacy,
and multilateral engagement, it positions Kenya not only as a defender of its own interests, but as a credible global voice for Africa's collective future. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's foreign policy was consolidated into a single framework in 2014, bringing together provisions from various sources, including the Constitution, treaties, and political pronouncements. The sessional paper updates this fundamental document to reflect the evolving global and domestic context, climate change, geopolitical shifts, digital disruption, and pandemics. It aligns Kenya's external relations with the national agenda like Vision 2030 and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda better, while modernizing the foreign service and broadening engagement in emerging diplomatic spheres. Structured across 8 chapters, the policy outlines Kenya's diplomatic history, key influences, thematic priorities, institutional frameworks, and strategies for effective implementation and evaluation. Honorable Speaker, the sessional paper addresses gaps in coordination, funding, and risk management that hindered the 2014 framework. It proposes institutional reforms, legal adjustments, and new focus areas to ensure responsive and inclusive diplomacy. Emphasis is placed on integrating diaspora, environmental, and digital initiatives to better Kenya's influence and protect its interest in an unpredictable global arena. Honorable Speaker, to ensure transparency and results, the committee observed that the paper is anchored in a rigorous results framework. This includes both midterm and end-term reviews aligned with the National Integrated Monitoring and Evaluation Systems, ministerial strategic plans, and annual performance contracts. These tools will only ensure institutional accountability, but also allow Parliament to track the implementation of foreign policy goals in measurable terms. Honorable Speaker, legislatively, the policy calls for updates to the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185E, and Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 179, to institutionalize professionalism, enhance Nairobi's role as a diplomatic hub, and align Kenya's diplomacy with international standards. Honorable Speaker, in line with Articles 1181B of the Constitution, the committee ensured robust public participation in its review of the sessional paper. A public call for memorandum published on 19 February 2025 yielded 6 submissions from key stakeholders. While some proposals echoed existing policy provisions or lay outside the sessional paper scope, all contributions enriched the committee's deliberations, reinforcing transparency, accountability, and institutional integrity in Kenya's foreign policy making process. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the policy is forward-looking and constitutionally grounded. It positions Kenya as a strategic global actor anchored in peace and security, economic diplomacy, oceans and blue economy, multilateralism, climate action, innovation, diaspora engagement, and socio-cultural diplomacy, all aligned with our constitutional mandates. However, Honorable Speaker, the committee noted the implementation hurdles of this sessional paper, number 1. Weak legal frameworks, institutional inefficiencies, underfunded missions, lack of labor migration policies, and poor strategic communication hinder its impact. These gaps undermine Articles 10, 16, 19, and 232 of our Constitution, calling for reforms, increased funding, and coherent public diplomacy strategy to protect national interest. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the committee urges the House to adopt this report and approve sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya as Kenya's authoritative foreign policy blueprint. Its adoption will ensure coherent across all diplomatic legislation and initiatives, fortifying Kenya's voice on the global stage and advancing national interest and anchoring international engagement in constitutional values and strategic clarity. Honorable Speaker, this sessional paper, actually it is the first time that we have a sessional paper that talks about the Kenya's foreign policy. It is the first of its kind. And as a committee, we looked at it, we engaged all the stakeholders, and we had a retreat with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the same. And we are actually agreed agreed as a committee that this is the right way to go. And I think when you look at that document, it's a bit voluminous, and I'm sure from time to time, Kenyans and even members of parliament have been talking about where is the Kenya's foreign policy? Is it documented? Is it in writing? Is it anchored in the constitution or something like that? Now we have a document that's well grounded with a sessional paper so that any person who wants now to discuss Kenya's issues on the foreign policy will be able to refer back to the sessional paper. And I think it's something that we are looking at. People have been talking about Kenya. Where do you lie? Do you look east? Do you look west? Or so? But I think the best way, as Komen Nkrumah has said, and I mentioned before, we're neither looking east or west, but we are looking forward. That means we're able to engage as a country with any country that has the interest of Kenya at heart, and equally we also have their interest at heart. That means our interests come first so that we can serve the Kenyans, whether they are in Kenya or they're in the diaspora. So with that few remarks, I want to beg to move and equally ask okay, I will ask Honorable Kandie to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion for the adoption of the sessional paper titled The Grand Strategy to Position Kenya's Foreign Policy in the Global Landscape, and to commend the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations for robust review and strategic recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the sessional paper does not shy away from confronting reality. It identifies key structural and systemic risks facing Kenya's foreign policy. Apparatus ranging from legal and regulatory misalignments, forex fluctuations, and shrinking global markets to climate shocks, rising cyber vulnerabilities, fiscal austerity, and persistent regional instability. These are not abstract concerns. Honorable Speaker, they are real threats to Kenya's economic diplomacy, regional leadership, and citizen welfare. Honorable Speaker, the paper recommends the adoption of public-private partnerships, PPP, to optimize diplomatic assets, and it's an innovative move that responds to budgetary constraints without compromising Kenya's global visibility. Most notably, the reclassification of Ministry of Foreign Affairs on diaspora affairs under the security sector, already approved by the Cabinet, acknowledges the evolving nexus between diplomacy, national security, and strategic economic engagement. In sum up, Honorable Speaker, the committee is persuaded that this paper is not merely a bureaucratic document. It is a blueprint for reimagining Kenya's place in the world with clarity, courage, and constitutional fidelity. It lays the foundation for foreign policy, and this is principled, pragmatic, and future-proof. I therefore second the motion and urge this House to adopt the paper as a strategic compass for Kenya's diplomacy in the 21st century. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya, laid at the table of this House on Tuesday, 22nd April 2025, and approves the sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do support the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations as regards this sessional paper which has been brought to the House. Honorable Speaker, sometimes the country is taken aback when we discuss the sessional papers because they are not well versed with them, they are not well informed, and sometimes we have also not done much public participation regarding the same. I give an example of the sessional paper number 1 of 1965, which was on African socialism. The paper was actually laid by the then Minister for Economic Planning, the late Joseph Thomas Mboya, and it outlined how the country was to move forward as regards African socialism vis-a-vis its economic development. And it was a good paper. It has brought us quite far, but just because it was not well elaborated on, one opposer of that paper was actually the late J.M. Kariuki, who in his debate in this House made a point that that paper was creating 10 millionaires amongst 10 million poor Kenyans. And that was taken to be the gospel truth, and it was an act of misinformation. As we debate this paper today, we must admit that we have not had a good policy on foreign relations, and especially a sessional paper on it. And this is what this paper tries to do, to govern how this country would proceed with its foreign relations vis-a-vis the constitutional provisions and the statutes that relate to various acts on foreign matters. It comes sometimes as a surprise when we have even our own foreign relations persons who do not know what our policy is. And this cannot be encouraged, and I believe this paper will now form part of the education to be given to those who are appointed to serve in our foreign missions out there as ambassadors, high commissioners, and attaches. This is a good paper, which in my view, I do propose that we actually support this report, adopt it, and then we proceed to familiarize ourselves with what the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya is going to be from now henceforth. With those remarks, I beg to support.
Any other members who want to contribute? Honorable Millie Odhiambo, member for Suba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate that I'm a member of the committee and wish to support this policy. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with our chair that in Kenya we have no choice but to look forward in a rapidly changing world. Madam Speaker, it would only require a stranger in the world not to know that things are happening globally very quickly and very fast. If you see what is going on in the United States of America, only countries that are not strategic are likely to survive economically and otherwise. And Kenya must also reform its policy to conform with what is going on in the US. And in conforming with what is going on in the US, we must place Kenyans first. We have always known that a lot of Kenyans have preferred the United States of America as a strategic destination, both for tourism and for education. But given that there are challenges now in that direction, we must put Kenyan first. Donald Trump is putting America first. Kenya must put Kenyans first. It means, Madam Speaker, that if we have to discover new frontiers, doesn't mean we are ignoring the United States, But if you have had a friend who, for maybe I can give it as an example as we as women, if you have a boyfriend that you love very much and you see your boyfriend is courting another girl, it's time for you, maybe not to be, to start a boy. A man is also a boy. We take care of you, you are boys. Madam Speaker, when you see this boy beginning to start looking elsewhere, then, Madam Speaker, you don't bury your head in the sand. You start looking for options so that if he bolts, you have choices. So let Kenya open eyes. We've just come from Tashkent, Uzbekistan. And Madam Speaker, we were actually a form of tourism attraction in that place because they've never seen black people. Most of them have never seen, so we are being stopped and photos were being taken of us. But as a leader, I look at what are the strategic things that Kenya can get from this country. We can actually, they are trying, if you go every corner, they have international schools teaching English. Those are opportunities we can go and take our people there to teach English. Madam Speaker, there is opportunity for trade in that area. So that's a virgin area that Kenya can consider as a place that we can't put all our eggs in one basket. So yes, Kenya must actually look forward. We cannot look east or west. We have no choice but to look forward. Madam Speaker, again, the other issue that I wanted to say is the challenge for us as a country is we must be consistent. We are very good at coming up with very good legislation and policy. But for them to be sellable, Madam Speaker, we must be convinced about the things that we have passed as a nation, whether they are law or they are policy. We must own them, and we must practice them. We must walk the talk. If Kenya says that we are looking forward, then look forward. Don't look confused. Look forward. And that means as a country, let's see what works and put Kenya and the interest of Kenyans first. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I wanted to say is that Kenya must also undertake a strategic review, which I know maybe we did when we were coming up with this policy. And we are stuck many years back. Whenever I hear Kenyans speaking, we keep talking about we are the greatest economic hub. We are. Have you ever been to Ethiopia of late? We are the greatest economic hub. When were you last in Arusha? We are the greatest economic hub. When were you last in Rwanda? Mr. Speaker, while we are sleeping, our neighbors are rising. And Kenya must place itself strategically, economically, knowing that this is just like even any business venture. The others, when they see that you are doing well, we look for different ways to go ahead of you. And how are they going ahead of us? Look at Rwanda. The same thing I've seen at Tashkent. You walk in and the first thing you see is how clean, how tidy, how safe. And those are concepts that must be infused in any foreign policy document. You cannot say that we are going to promote tourism so that people can come to Kenya when they are fearful that they are walking and somebody might grab our bags. Mr. Speaker, when we were in Tashkent, Mr. Speaker, I was amazed. There were people who were assigned to us as translators, and they did an amazing work. And in our typical Kenyan way, we wanted to say thank you by tipping. They will not allow you to tip. They say in their culture, a thank you suffices. Why can't we have those uniquely African, Kenyan cultures that we are losing that made us so attractive? Teaching people to smile. It used to come naturally. I know because we are having challenges, it's going. Just our hospitality. As an African people, we are very hospitable. That seems to be growing off the window, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to leverage on technology, especially if you are talking about making Kenya a serious economic hub. I've heard the chair speaking also of the PPP. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Parliament of Kenya, and I want to ask that we take most MPs through this. the training on PPPs. And then let us also let the public know. If you look at what is happening in Ethiopia and every others, it's because of PPPs. But then unfortunately, we are so opaque in the way we do things, maybe because there are few people who want to steal here and there, but that, especially when we don't have other means of getting resources without taxing Kenyans immediately, of course, because you'll be taxed eventually, is the PPP is the way to go. So, Madam Speaker, finally, I want to suggest that Kenya must work stealthily, but carefully and strategically as we forge ahead. Madam Speaker, we must walk the talk. I was giving an example here to Honorable Junet as we are seated here, that there's a lot that is changing in the world and we don't realize it.
Honorable Millie, I am here. There's no Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker. It's good once in a while for us to discriminate. You are always discriminating against us. So, Mr. Speaker, now that the Madam Speaker has left, I want to say that I was talking to Honorable Junet here earlier. And I was telling him that when I studied my master's in New York University, I had to go physically to the university library and study. And when I was in Nairobi University, or the University of Nairobi, we would go to the library and we get the books and you open a page and discover some malicious guy had chopped off the relevant pages you are referred to. And then you spend all your entire life finding out, did anybody make a copy? Mr. Speaker, right now I'm doing my PhD at Data University on leadership and governance. And Mr. Speaker, what happens as I'm going online and I'm studying, AI comes and tells me, why are you struggling when you can do X, Y? Of course, it's very tempting, but because I come from the traditional school, I want to study a journal. I actually love it even when I have a book and a real journal in my hand, and I read and I light. That's kind of my kind of thing. But now the library has come to me. I don't have to go to the library and look for those pages. But our mind as a country is still where we were going to the library to read journals in the library, where somebody has plucked off. We cannot say we are technological as a country, but our psyche is still very analog. We must know the world is moving extremely fast. When I was in New York University, Mr. Speaker, if you referred to any study that was like now season are there, they're in the spring, and you made reference to a study in last summer, it was outdated. The last you can refer to is, in the winter. So they say in the study of the winter. That's how fast the world is moving. But Kenya, we are trying to catch up. So I'm even seeing in my university, we are still referring to XYZ, but we are not moving that fast. So what I'm saying is we must change our psyche as a nation in the way we pass law. We are doing excellent, I think, because the majority or the average age of this parliament is fairly young, extremely well educated. I see now members are bringing so many bills. The days when we used to bring bill when I first came into this parliament, it was like you performed a miracle. There's no more any miracle. But now we need to move from the miracle of passing laws to implementing. We need to move from the miracle of passing policies to implementing. And this is sometimes where the technocrats fail us. And I would want to encourage, if we are truly patriots, that sometimes I think my little action does not affect my child not getting a job, does not affect my neighbor getting the hospital's bill sorted out. But I broke a piece of the complete whole when I did one wrong thing. So let's all learn to do things in the right way so that we can move the country forward. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I do support.
The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also stand here to support sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on Kenya's foreign policy. Honorable Speaker, as a country, We must leverage on a strategic location. We must leverage on our history. We must leverage on our connections. Our foreign policy, Honorable Speaker, should first and foremost be for the benefit of the people of Kenya. We must see results, we must see benefits, and we must guard against any form of subjugation of the people of Kenya simply because pursuing a certain foreign policy. Honorable Speaker, ordinarily when a policy is being developed, I hope and believe there is abundant public participation. There is adequate public participation where issues are deliberated, discussed, and basically sorted out. Honorable Speaker, I remember when I was personally involved in developing the national land policy and the housing policy, we went all over this country. We did a lot of desk research to find out the best practices that we put up together to provide a roadmap on how to proceed and deal with the things. Honorable Speaker, ordinarily, a policy must be formulated, approved, before subsequent legislations are passed. Unfortunately, in this country, Honorable Speaker, we passed a bill on foreign relationship sometime last year, without a foreign policy. Of course, everybody, Association of People on Foreign Policy, everybody will obviously ask, what was the anchor? Or is this the typical way of Kenya doing things? You speak out the end, then you start saying the end. I mean, the end justifies the means. I just hope that there has been adequate consultation with the ordinary mwananchi, the experts, and those who serve in foreign relations. Honorable Speaker, I've had an occasion to travel before becoming a member of parliament and also as a member of parliament. We have very commendable people outside there serving our missions abroad. And Honorable Speaker, one of the greatest challenges they go through is inadequate funding. I just hope and pray the policy has addressed the issue of facilitation to enable them undertake the functions or the duties that have been assigned to undertake. It will be a terrible remiss on our side if we have not addressed that particular matter. Honorable Speaker, the issue of strategic missions becomes critical. We have areas that Kenya can exploit for purpose of enhancing tourist arrival, purpose of enhancing trade, and other related activities. Yet we do not have adequate or physical presence. Simply because at times, whoever we send in those foreign missions, I want to be very guarded in the use of the word I want to use, and the Honorable Speaker will permit me. I want to put it in brackets. Political rejectees who have no training at all in diplomacy, who feel they are just going to look for a job. It's not a career calling. Simply, they report, sit around, come to the office, walk around, and do nothing. I hope Chair is here and the committee are alive of these challenges, and they will indeed resolve these issues. Honorable Speaker, if you speak to career diplomats in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they cut a case of a very frustrated lot. They have the skills, they have the experience, they have the drive, yet when it comes to the appointment of ambassadors and high commissioners or go to missions, they pick anybody, anywhere, anytime, as long as that particular person is politically correct. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, it's no wonder that in this country, we have made so many diplomatic goofs. We have made so many diplomatic mistakes that literally embarrass Kenyans. And then you ask a very simple question. Do we have a Minister of Foreign Affairs? Do we have a robust diplomatic position that enables us to speak out what to say and what not to say? Honorable Speaker, we as a politician, When you go where it was written, even I think in Chinua Achebe, when you talk about old bones, old women become upset, and old men likewise. You want those old women to support you, and yet you make reckless statements, you make reckless maneuvers that really leaves you wondering, what is it all about? And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Millie Odhiambo has talked about that we probably, when you have a boyfriend and he starts looking for another girl, I just want to correct, it's not because you have a problem, just because probably the man wants to sample. In any case, sharing at times is caring. Honorable Speaker, Kenya and the world should not have a problem. We are supposed to interact and do business with everybody. So we must anchor our foreign policy that as we deal with the East, we do not antagonize the West. The West does not see as if we are abandoning them to go to the East. And that requires tact, requires skills, requires training, requires experience. The people who make top-level decisions, Honorable Speaker, do not have that training, do not have that experience. That's why you find we oscillate one regime, we are on this side, another one we are on this side. When we go and we get stuck in the other side, we try to go back this other side. We end up, Honorable Speaker, with very expensive loans. We end up with programs that are of no value to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, foreign policy should transcend personal interests. Honorable Speaker, the tiff we have with Sudan was avoidable. Tiff we have with Sudan was avoidable. Personal business relationship between two people should not have led us where we are now. To the extent that a foreign country can petition the National Assembly, the parliament of a country, to intervene is a very telling statement, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want us, we need to put our acts together. We were rated very highly many years back, but Kenya is no longer rated, is not revered, is not respected as it was then. If we were, Honorable Speaker, we would not have been taken on a roulette route in Addis Ababa, where Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga, with his status in this continent, could have been beaten or could have considered to avoid lengthy processes to an unknown somebody from a small country. That shows, Honorable Speaker, that our foreign policy has got a lot to be done. Much, much more has to be done, Honorable Speaker. And I call upon the committee that oversights. We must get our acts together. We must truly oversight. We must not pander to the executive. We must not be yes and yes people so that we only go to praise and worship even where the mistakes are seen, where the shortcomings are seen. We have no guts, we have no courage to point them out so that we address on the issues. And of course, Honorable Speaker, a policy, a sessional paper policy, is not static, must be alive to changing circumstances. Donald Trump has thrown the world upside down. He says America first, the rest of you don't care. He can impose any tariffs because he knows the economy of America is strong enough, can withstand any shocks. I hope as we go along, we will be alive to changes in the world, how world leaders look at them, look at us, and generally realign, amend, and realign, evaluate, reassess, realign our foreign policy over time to align with the changing international arena. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Very well, Honorable Wundo, and on my screen is, we don't have any more interest on this one. Yes, Honorable, but please key in your card. I can't see you here.
I thought I'd keyed it. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to comment our proposed sessional paper on foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya 2025. I think it is the second one. The first one we had published was around 2014. Until then, we didn't have any particular policy document regulating our foreign policy or international relations. Honorable Speaker, when I got this document, I first quickly took a good look, and my expectation was that I would see a certain set of goals. What really defines the anchor of our foreign policy, or how we intend to conduct our foreign relations. And I also took time to look at what other countries have done. For example, Americans were among the very first in 1918, when President Woodrow Wilson published the first 14 points of US foreign policy. So when I looked at this, I saw it was a very large document, and reading it is very difficult to try and understand what the core pillars of our foreign policy is. Honorable Speaker, foreign policy is simply a set of principles, objectives, that will guide the conduct of a state in terms of relations with other states or with other organizations, meaning at bilateral level or multilateral level. So my proposal would be, we need to do a bit of refinement. It is a very lengthy document, but if you look at it keenly, the core, the key objective of our foreign policy is basically the pursuit, protection, and promotion of the national interest. Be that interest could be military interest, it could be economic interest, it could be political interest. But that is the overarching objective. And if you read this document, you clearly see what you may call the traditional values that have anchored our policy from independence. And those traditional values are reciprocity, non-alignment, Pan-Africanism, non-interference, and good neighborliness. But modern foreign policy has adopted, if you study what other countries have adopted new non-traditional values and principles upon which they anchor their foreign policy. For example, I'll just give a few examples. Today, countries anchor their foreign policy on certain values like democracy. You are not going to associate with pariah states that kill their citizens, stifle democracy, don't respect human rights, don't respect the rule of law, countries that don't pursue peace and peaceful resolution of conflicts, that are always at war, countries that dismember our environment, countries that don't respect international law and international decisions, and countries that undermine multilateralism. Why am I saying this? Our foreign policy should not just set the objective, which is the promotion, protection, and pursuit of national interest. It must set a very clear light. What is our value system as a country? What is it that we want to promote in relations that we have with other countries and other organizations? So I think we need that clarity in this sessional paper. We must clearly state what the objective is and what the values are. Secondly, I want to make some comments just to observe what is happening around lately in our country. Number one, Nairobi is supposed to be a diplomatic hub. We host a lot of international organizations. But there's a trend where we are not respecting what are called diplomatic privileges and immunities for the international organizations that we host. In particular, there's the question of tax. A lot of these international organizations, by tradition, if you look at the Vienna Convention on diplomatic immunities and privileges, extend certain privileges to these organizations. Because the money that they bring into this country is collected from several countries, tax exemption is granted. Today, we are harassing a lot of international organizations. Some are just established by African countries, others are international, more global in nature. Yet, we are bringing in a lot of conditionalities around them. That is making Nairobi not attractive to host international organizations. And I think Ministry of Foreign Affairs should get its hands on this. These international organizations not only bring multiculturalism in Kenya and create Nairobi as a good center for people of the world to come and do work, but they bring jobs and money. We get more out of hosting them than tax collections from members of staff, where we even harass members of staff in those organizations from Kenya we insist on taxing them. But when you tax them, it is the organization that will compensate them for the tax. And if other countries are putting their money in that organization, they don't want to be paying your tax. So I think there's a lot of work we need to do, Foreign Affairs needs to do, to maintain the status of Nairobi as a diplomatic hub. Secondly, I'm a little disappointed that Ministry of Foreign Affairs has literally remained mute on the impact of Trump-related policies on our diaspora. Today, Kenyans are being harassed in United States of America. Others are facing deportation. Others are hiding in churches. They don't even go to pray for fear of deportation. I've not heard any comments. I've not heard any interventions. I've not heard any, but when you read this, there's a lot of talk about diaspora. You will see on the element of diaspora, we are talking about Kenyans who are outside sending money. We are not talking about other people who could become Kenyans, who are also Kenyan diaspora. This is what we talked earlier when we were discussing the issue of the Wapare, the right of return. Those people in the Caribbean, in America, in Latin America, who have ancestry in Kenya, who left here as slaves, whose descendants left here, whose ancestors left here as slaves. It is now recognized under international law, including agreements signed at the AU, that we should give them a right of return if they so wish to become citizens. So I think this paper, when dealing with diaspora diplomacy, should extend to that particular angle. And finally, I just want to associate with what my good brother, Honorable Oundo, said. Good diplomacy requires competent diplomats. I think we are beginning to undermine that very much. There's a problem. Even when we were in the Grand Coalition, we did agree with the Ambassador Mudhaura that we will never dilute the presence of career diplomats in our foreign service. There's a lot of political convenience today where we are putting people who are not qualified to handle even stations that require highly trained diplomats with the necessary sophistications and domain knowledge of what goes on there. So I think this policy should come also with clear indication that foreign service or certain foreign stations shall be reserved for career diplomats or people who truly meet the qualifications. Because you have no point sending somebody to a station that is so important, but without the necessary qualifications or domain knowledge. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mover. Where's the mover? We call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the honorable members who have raised a number of issues. I don't want to speak to each one, but just one specific one where members have talked about career diplomats and the issue of members, especially from the political side, being appointed. And I think it's not good to use the word political rejects. They are not political rejects. I think they just want, the voters decided that it's not your time now and that somebody else takes over. So I think it's not about political rejects. It's a matter of going for elections and the electors deciding that you need to take a break. And if you look at...
Honorable Oundo, there's no point of order on that. He's just speaking, putting language that is
I'm trying to put in a proper language.
Order, member. Remember, Honorable Oundo, even you yourself, you were reluctant to use that word, and you knew very well it was not admissible. Proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the Foreign Service Act now, it talks about a ratio of 70-30. 70 for career diplomats and 30 from outside. Initially, it was actually like almost 40 career diplomats and 60 outside. But with the Foreign Service Act that we have in place now, and actually it's also tabulated in this circular paper number 1 of 2025, it talks about 70-30. And I think that probably cures the issue of saying that we need to have career diplomats in most of the stations. So I think it's something that is looking forward. We are trying our level best to ensure that this foreign policy is a living document. Members have talked about that it's a living document. That means it's not cast in stone. It's something that is changing in realities. So I think, thank you very much. We have taken note of that for your contributions, and I beg to reply.
Honorable members, we shall put the question in the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 15, the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023. Second reading.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education, any member of the Education Committee. I think the chairperson or Departmental Committee on Education was away on some official business, and therefore, next order.
Order number 16, the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024. Second reading.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to amend the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Chapter 4D of the laws of Kenya, to include a special enactment procedure for economic treaties to strengthen the participation of the National Assembly in the treaty-making process and to enhance efficiency in the treaty-making process. Honorable Speaker, as the House is very much aware, all international treaties, conventions, and agreements that our country ratifies actually become part of our internal laws, domestic laws. And they become part of the domestic laws because they have to be brought to Parliament for purposes of ratification or approval, so that once the country signs a treaty out there, it is then brought into the House, it is ratified, and it becomes part of our domestic law. The problem we have had is that even those treaties that we ratified since independence, upon commencement of the new constitution, became part of our domestic law. And after the commencement of the new constitution, all treaties now must be brought to the House for ratification, and once that is done, they are confirmed to be part of our laws. However, there comes a time that this House asks questions as regards exactly what some of these treaties are. And since the input of the House is minimum, we have to live with it because there is no room for the House to amend such treaties. So we have to live with it, we have to ratify as they are, and they are binding on us in the form they are in. And if we breach them, we are actually in the breach of our own laws. This is the reason why a proposal has now been brought to the House, and this is very good law, I must confess, by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, so that we can amend and make certain provisions peculiar to certain circumstances, whereby this House will now be involved in the treaty-making process. And those two instances are Clause 3, proposes to amend Section 3 of the Principal Act by deleting what there is and introducing a new clause where multilateral treaties, including treaties which deal with the trade agreements, where Kenya undertakes to engage in fewer trade protections with other countries to promote more trade. And number 2, treaties that relate to taxation, trade or investment, or unilateral agreements between Kenya and any other country involving a one-sided arrangement in which Kenya benefits from lower trade barriers from the other country. These are specific 4 instances when we will now be required to bring such agreements to the House, not for ratification, but as the process begins. I will take you to clause number 4, which makes a provision that the new section 5A is introduced after section 5. And this is exactly where you find objects of this particular bill, because it says that within 14 days of commencement of negotiations for a treaty, and the treaty are the ones referred in clause 3, the cabinet secretary responsible for matters relating to the treaty making shall notify the National Assembly of the following. Here, our Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Relations, Foreign Affairs, would have to bring to the attention of the House within 14 days when the country starts negotiating treaties with foreign countries. And what is to be brought to the attention is set out in subclause A to E, and includes the negotiation objectives, the proposed heads of agreement, the need for the treaty, the potential benefits of the treaty to Kenya, the implications of the agreement on the economy, existing agreements, laws, and taxes. Then from there, we have to move on with the subclause 2, which is going to be the new section 5A, subsection 2. The relevant Cabinet Secretary shall notify the National Assembly of any changes to information relating to the negotiation of a treaty within 7 days of such change. What this in essence means, once we begin negotiating a treaty within 14 days, it has to be brought to the House. This treaty is economic purely. It is not every treaty. It has to be brought to the House, and after it is brought to the House, as the process continues, there are possibly changes that will be brought to the provisions of the treaty, and within 7 days of occurrence of those changes, the House must be informed. The new subclause 3 relates to the relevant committee of the National Assembly. Clause 2, yes, the relevant committee of the National Assembly, then in as far as it's practically possible, would have to confer with the Cabinet Secretary once the treaty is brought to the House. Again, this is similar to what we call pre-publication scrutiny, when we actually look at laws before they are published, or even what are called the bylaws, the delegated legislation. We look at it before it is published, so that just in case there is any input from the House, it is included in what is going to be published. In subclause 4, because this is what is very important, the relevant Cabinet Secretary shall table an annual report to the National Assembly on the status of the ongoing negotiation of treaties. All the treaties that have to be brought into this House will now have a record or a register kept, so that every year the Cabinet Secretary would have to give us a report on the status of each of the treaties being negotiated. And from there we move to the proposal which is clause 5, which proposes to amend section 6 of the Principal Act to make the following provisions. In negotiating an economic treaty, the National Executive or the relevant State Department shall ensure that the terms of the treaty do not adversely affect. We have A to D, which are the areas which are protected by this Act when it comes to negotiations to bring into being existence of new treaties. The ability of the country to mobilize domestic revenue, that is, the treaty should not curtail our ability to raise money internally through taxes, the food security of the country. Nobody should actually make us get into agreements where the food situation in the country is compromised. The establishment and the growth of local industries, again, which we are all looking into, to develop the country, to industrialize the country. We would not allow any treaties that are trying to curtail this to come into being, and the ability of the government to regulate an industry in the public interest. That is, whether the treaty brings in a new industry or a new sector, economic sector, all the time the government has the residual powers to ensure that it will regulate that industry purely because of public interest. Then we go to clause 6, which makes a proposal to amend section 6 and introduce a new section 6A, which has a total of 6 sub-clauses with paragraphs in between, and they relate to the relevant cabinet secretary, that is 6A1, shall, prior to signing of an economic treaty, prepare what is called a regulatory impact statement. This is a statement which will put down in writing what the impact of that agreement is. And we are told in clause 2, the impact statement shall contain information in respect to the proposed economic treaty in clear and precise language, including the various areas that are set out in A to E. What we are saying is, what is the economic effect of this agreement to the country, and how will the country benefit from such a treaty? From there, we move to a proposal to bring in 6B, which provides that the notification of the regulatory impact statement would actually be gazetted. This means the public would be informed of what we are negotiating on, and the impact of that treaty is to have upon the country. This is taken to be information to every Kenyan as regards that particular treaty. And we go on with what is required in the regulations, including the consultations that are necessary to bring into effect that particular treaty. We go to clause 7 that proposes to amend clause 8 of the Principal Act. And the provision here is that the National Assembly may introduce any reservations as a provision into a treaty. It opens up the process of negotiating treaties to the National Assembly. It means our hands are not as tied as they are today when this act comes into force. Where we feel that there is need for us to make reservations so that they do protect the interest of the country, we would be allowed to actually do so by this particular act. And we have clause 8 that proposes to amend section 9 by introducing a procedure during the ratification process at the National Assembly. What the National Assembly is supposed to do once it is introduced here, it would be that it has to be committed to the relevant committee for consideration. The committee would actually make the relevant consideration, and in addition to the information prepared and submitted to the National Assembly under the written law, the committee may actually require the relevant cabinet secretary to submit further information relating to what the treaty is all about, and specifically what is set out in paragraph A, and B. Once that is done, a report is prepared, it is brought to the House. The House would actually adopt the report, in which case then the treaty would come into force. Now, we have clause 9 that makes a provision to amend section 10 of the Principal Act. And this is the new provision that we actually intend to introduce, which is that the relevant cabinet secretary may, at the point of ratifying a treaty under this act, be accompanied by the leader of majority and the leader of minority party of the parties forming the government or their representatives. I think that is purely formal as the conclusion towards ratification is made. And with those remarks, then we have made a statement on what this bill is on. And in a nutshell, we have to ensure that, especially where we are protecting the economy of the country, National Assembly as the house charged with all the economic matters of the country, right from budgeting to taxation to appropriation, everything else needs to be actually involved in the making of those treaties. This is purely because of public interest, sovereignty of the country, to ensure that the laws that we domesticate here, the laws that we make and the laws that are made out there are all in conformity with our constitution, with our statutes and the regulations that we make as a house. With those very many remarks, I beg to move the second reading and now invite the minority whip, the gracious lady, the Honorable Millie Othiambo, assistant lawyer, who is now doing a PhD in something very serious, which is relevant to what she's going to do here and to say here. I now request you to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do stand to second this bill and thank the chair of the Legal and Justice Affairs Committee for bringing this bill at this time. Mr. Speaker, I know that Honorable Kaluma had actually brought similar amendments, and I hope that your proposed amendments have been consolidated with those proposed amendments by Honorable Kaluma. Mr. Speaker, I am honored that I actually brought the bill, the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, that is now law, that is now being amended. And Mr. Speaker, it is said the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And there's been a lot of eating of this act, and it is apt time that it be amended, because in eating, you discover where there are gaps. And I'm glad that you have seen, and the ministry has seen several gaps that would require this amendment. I am also happy, Mr. Speaker, that it is coming shortly after we have discussed the policy on the foreign policy of Kenya, which touches on fairly very similar issues. Mr. Speaker, if I talk about the background of how I came up with this act, I know I've said it before the floor of this House before, but I'll just repeat that when I sat in the Select Committee on the Constitution in 2010 when we were coming up with a new constitution, and the religious sector, especially the church, came out very strongly against Article 2.6 and 2.7 of the Constitution that was providing that treaties that are ratified by Kenya shall become part of the laws of Kenya. And they were saying that we cannot give an individual or other people the power to enact laws without involvement of a parliament that are elected as representatives of the people. And one of the things that I promised the church then is that I will bring a law that will give that authority back to Parliament. And so in bringing the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, we did exactly that, which was to try and give that power back to Parliament. However, one of the things that became very clear, when you are dealing with international law, Mr. Speaker, once a treaty is ratified, it becomes law. And once the country ratifies, it becomes law. And so what happens is that, let me not talk about ratification first. In the negotiations, when the country goes to do that, Parliament is not involved. When they come to tell us that we are about to ratify, Parliament can only put reservations, and it has been a problem that we either reject a treaty wholesale or recommend reservations. But what this bill seeks to do is to get Parliament to be involved in the positions prior, so that when it comes to Parliament, we don't find ourselves in that position. At the same time, it still gives that power of negotiating treaties primarily to the executive, as it should be, because that is primarily the role of the executive. But because it will become law, the voice of Parliament must be heard and must be seen to be heard. And so I really support most of the provisions included here. One of the gaps that we had actually missed in this, because my mind is mainly on the areas that I have expertise, which is in human rights and social justice and all that. So if you look at the original treaties, it focused on, my mind was thinking of treaties like the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Convention on the Rights of the Child and others, but you are actually now coming in with economic treaties. That's not my forte. Of course, if you put me there, I'll still become an expert, but it's not my forte. And because of that, we didn't put a lot of emphasis. This treaty now brings in the aspect of economic treaties. And what I like about the issues that are included is that it goes with what we are talking about, the foreign policy of putting the interest of Kenyans first. And you've also mentioned something else that is very dear to me on the issue that you have to look at the aspect that if you are negotiating any treaty that may compromise the food security of the country. And I'd want to request the technocrats that are working in the ministries not to look out at words like food security. Sometimes the things that compromise food security come in very interesting ways that you may not see that it compromises food security. Like, for instance, I think when I was studying in Nairobi University a long time ago, and some of the treaties that we actually got involved in at that time was compromising, or were compromising our ability as a country to replant our traditional varieties, and that we have to get, authorizations from other countries to use our own traditional varieties. Once you do that, and there are areas where you cannot, get these new varieties very easily, then you're making our country slaves, especially on food varieties. I remember I used to visit my grandmother when I was a little girl, and she had this little kitchen that was a mud walled kitchen with a grass thatch thing. And she always had maize on the roof or hanging, and I had no clue why. But I was told that is the way that they stocked varieties. Now visit any home. First of all, we don't have the mud whatever anymore, but even if we do, we don't even have the granaries anymore. But part of the reason is because of the treaties that we passed that compromise our food security. So I am happy that you have brought this, that puts Kenyans first. Mr. Speaker, I also, maybe if I look at clause 5 of the clause 5 of the new bill, is it clause 5 or 5 or 6? Oh, that is the one on food security. I also want to commend you on the notification of regulatory impact statements in the new proposed clause B that say preparation of a regulatory impact statement for an economic treaty shall be notified in the Gazette and in a newspaper likely to be read by people particularly affected by the proposed treaty. So you are going beyond making this a business of Parliament, but also making it a business of Kenyans. That when we are making a treaty, Kenyans must know and must be involved. What a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, that in implementing projects, we don't do the same. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring a bill that in that bill, we will force the government, I don't know, I'm still looking for the name for that bill, that if CDF has done projects, it must be circulated that Suba North constituency, CDF, has done so many projects in this financial year. And if a county has done projects in this financial year, it has done so many projects in this financial year. By ward, let's start by village, by ward, by sub-county, by county. Mr. Speaker, because there's a lot of pilferage, because we don't have that step of accountability, Kenya is not that poor a country. What we have is poverty of commitment, poverty of integrity. What we need to do is to enhance that so that when we have monies for CDF, for the counties, and from any other source, how do we account? Even money by NGOs. How do you account for monies that go to the ground? If all those monies were made, if Kenyans were made aware, not by what I voluntarily as a member of parliament tell you that our NGCDF has done this building or blocks. I may choose what to show appropriately, or I may show but not and leave out the core issues that the public needs to know. So I think I laud you very much that this regulatory impact statement will empower Kenyans so that when we are getting into an economic treaty, Kenyans will know. Similarly, let us have, as part of our oversight role, and as part of Senate oversight role, as part of oversight role in the counties, that the Kenyans must know exactly what has been done in the country. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up, and with those few remarks, I wish to second.
Honourable members, I now propose the question, which is that the treaty making and ratification amendment number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024, be now read a second time. And first on my list here is the Honourable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to support the bill, the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment Bill, number 2 of 2024. And let me, Honorable Speaker, speak from 2 points of view. I sat in the Committee of Delegated Legislation in the 12th Parliament, and many of the times the saddest moment was the moment when we had to annul a regulation simply because there wasn't any form of parliamentary participation in the process. Likewise, Honorable Speaker, I have sat also in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, and I have been involved in the ratification of several treaties, notably with the EU, and another by UAE, which is ongoing now. And Honorable Speaker, a few issues, as my colleagues have pointed out, have come out very clear. One, the opaque way of negotiating, signing the treaties, and then dumping them in Parliament and telling the Parliament, you really have no role to play at all. Ratify it as it is, or ratify it as it is. And I'm happy that the Committee of JLAC, under the good leadership of Sir George, have found it the right moment to bring amendments so that there's some semblance of the National Assembly participation in the treaty-making process. And I do so in recognition the statement by Honorable Emilio Odhiambo that indicated, as already it is in the Act, in the Constitution, that all treaties ratified by the country of Kenya become an part and parcel of the laws of this country. And indeed, in the Constitution, the only body authorized to make laws is the National Assembly. Senate participates. See, for example, when you are going to play a match, Honorable Speakers, if you are a footballer, there were those cheering squad. So Senate is basically like a cheering squad. Occasionally, the county assemblies can make laws, but those are localized laws. the only body that can make laws for the country and binds everybody from all corners of the country is the National Assembly. But Honorable Speaker, I have a bit of points of worry. Number one, the role this elaborate mechanism for participation by the National Assembly is only restricted to trade-related treaties, economic-related treaties. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, the country can proceed and enter treaties that legalize, deviant sexual activities, LGBTQT, whatever they call it. That should be a point of concern. I would have imagined it should have opened up to all forms of treaties. We have cases here whereby, Honorable Speaker, the country now will continue to enter into treaties, like, for example, to establish military bases, where they insulate the military from foreign countries who harass, kill, and maim ordinary wananchis, like the case it is in Laikipia. We could also get into a situation, Honorable Speaker, that the country goes ahead to sign treaties that probably allows those Johnnies to come impregnate our women and are not subject to paternity tests, so they are held upon for child protection. That, Honorable Speaker, is a source of worry, and I do hope the committee in its public participation, I suppose they have received those kind of representation, and when we get to go to the committee of the whole house, we'll then have a chance to review at the matter critically. Honorable Speaker, Clause 4 that seeks to amend Clause 5 and by including Clause 5A lists areas, the checklist. What are the issues to be checked? What are the issues to be considered at? Honorable Speaker, the procedures are fairly elaborate. At times they could be cumbersome. They're going to be onerous, but that's the price you have to pay to make sure that whatever we legislate and approve in this country has a very clear provision of the interests of the Kenyans. However, Honorable Speaker, I have another two concerns. And this, if you allow, Honorable Speaker, without interfering with my timing, I would want the chair, probably at the appropriate time, to clearly come out very clear what is negotiation, what is execution of the treaty, and what is ratification. Honorable Speaker, in my understanding, and that brings me to the point of Clause 9, as I'll go back. Ratification is done by the National Assembly. So I do not understand that I need to be guided and educated why the leader of my majority party or minority party forming the government has to accompany the cabinet secretary in ratification, ratifying the treaty. I thought ratification is Parliament that ratifies, and that is why the bill, even the Act, is a treaty making a ratification. So that's a point that we need to clearly understand. Honorable Speaker, at the point of informing Parliament, National Assembly, the Cabinet Secretary informing National Assembly, they have commenced the process of negotiating a treaty. Following before, likely next is the issue of regulatory impact assessment. Inevitably, it would follow some element of public participation. I'm not so sure whether this is a good use of public resources, that again, when it comes to Parliament, Parliament again subjects the same to public participation. I suppose with the new, I don't know, I need to be guided whether the public participation bill that we discussed here, or we attempted to discuss here, was finally enacted, because it set the threshold, the modalities, the process of public participation, so that we could actually lift what the views the people said, synthesize the same, and clearly inform without having to waste more public resources. Honorable Speaker, When you go to clause 7 of the bill, this seeks to amend clause 8 to provide the National Assembly may introduce any reservation as a provision into a treaty. And it goes on to say, where the National Assembly introduces a reservation on this clause, the section, the clerk of the National Assembly shall indicate in writing to the relevant government secretary the specific clauses or clause of a treaty for which the National Assembly proposes to make reservation. In the bill before us, Honorable Speaker, there seems to be nothing compelling the Cabinet Secretary to ensure the reservations of the National Assembly are incorporated before the negotiations are completed and the treaty is signed. We would seek an amendment to make it compulsory, because the National Assembly is a representative of the people. We presume they act on behalf of the people. So consequently, whatever recommendations they make, they must be carried. Honorable Speaker, again, it brings into the same issue that might be considered is not making it mandatory. Honorable Speaker, clause 6. Clause 6, in amendment on page 293, this is what it says. The responsible Cabinet Secretary shall ensure that all comments and submissions are considered before an economic treaty is made. Considered, not made mandatory, unless in legal terms, considered is different from the typical English word. You can just say, well, consider. I'm not duty-bound to take it as you have recommended. I'll just consider. I can consider, disregard it, and say, you won't ask me to consider. I consider, I didn't find any merit in it. I disregarded, I proceeded to sign. Because the danger, Honorable Speaker, once a treaty is signed, and most of them could be multilateral treaties involving very many countries and very many organizations. Even if we made even the National Assembly made reservations, it would be very difficult to implement those reservations within the given time, because it will be a big, big issue. So, Honorable Speaker,
you have had your bite, and you had actually indicated you support the bill. So let's have the next speaker, Honorable Mary Amase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. From the onset, I want to say that I support the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment Bill number 2 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very timely, and it is very important. One is that it gives Parliament the opportunity to be able to represent and protect the people of Kenya, by giving Parliament the opportunity to be able to scrutinize the treaty before it is approved. Because, Honorable Speaker, we know that all these treaties that are signed have some ramifications. They have multifaceted impacts, economically, even politically. Just echoing from where Honorable Undo left, that sometimes even some of the other agreed treaties have some political implications that can even, mess the relationship between nations. So, Honorable Speaker, this treaty is important because the Parliament will have the opportunity to be able to look at what are the objectives. What is the need? Do we as a country need it? Will the passing of this treaty increase trade? Will it, for example, help the country access new markets? Will it increase investment flows into the country? Or shall it have other impacts in terms of curtailing other policies and laws that will impact on the economy, that would affect taxes and many other policies? So it is important because it gives Parliament the opportunity to be able to scrutinize before it is approved. That is on clause, that is 5A. And also, at the same time, it is also recommending that if any changes are being made to the treaty, it gives timelines within which the House needs to be notified, that is Parliament. In clause 5.2, it gives the 7 days within which such a notification for such a change should be brought to the National Assembly. Also, another good thing about this bill is that it gives room for consultation between the National Assembly and the Cabinet Secretary. That if that Parliament is able to give their reservations, and it goes further to speak about it on clause 7, that we can be able to give our reservations as Parliament with reasons. So that is a good thing about this bill, and also the fact that the Cabinet Secretary must give an annual report of all treaties, the status of reports of all these, of annual report of treaties that are made by government. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill is a good bill, and therefore I support. Thank you.
Very well. The Honorable Mishi Mboko.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mswada huu unaozungumzia kutengeza mikataba ya kiulimwengu na kuthibitisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama tunavyofahamu katika taifa letu la Kenya tuna zile sheria ambazo ni sheria za nchi yetu zinazotokana katika sheria mama, sheria ya katiba yetu ya Kenya. Na pia tuna zile sheria ambazo zimetokana na mikataba ya kiulimwengu, sheria za kiulimwengu ambapo nchi yetu ya Kenya huwa inaweka sahihi. Na ni muhimu sana sheria hizi ziweze kutambulika kinaga ubwaga haswa na bunge la kitaifa. Kwa sababu sheria hizi kabla hazijakubalika huwa ni paka bunge liweze kuthibitisha, ndiposa bunge litawezesha kutengeza sheria katika nchi ambayo itakuwa pia inaambatana na katiba yetu ya Kenya, ndio iweze kutambulika kiulimwengu mzima ya kwamba nchi yetu imekubali. Niweze kusema Mheshimiwa Murugara amezungumzia kinagaubwaga sana vile vifungu ambavyo vimewekwa kuzungumzia mswada huu. Na mimi niweze kusema vifungu vimezungumzia masuala muhimu sana. Kwa sababu sheria hizi za mikataba ya kiulimwengu ni sheria ambazo lazima tujue faida yake ni nini katika taifa letu la Kenya na madhara yake ni nini katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa mfano tukiangalia zile sheria za mikataba ya mambo ya kibiashara, haswa tukiangalia kama masuala ya ushuru ama biashara kwa jumla. Je, tukiweka mikataba hii tutaweza kuboresha uchumi wetu wa kitaifa katika nyanja za biashara ama tutadidimiza uchumi wetu wa kitaifa katika mambo ya biashara? Vile vile pia mikataba hii huwa ina mambo ya kisiasa na pia ina mambo ya tamaduni zetu. Kwa mfano, mikataba mingi sana huwa inazungumzia haki za kibinadamu. Hivi juzi na jana tumeona ya kwamba kuna nchi kadhaa ambazo zimekubaliana kuzungumzia ya kwamba pengine mwanamke na mwanamke wanaweza kuwa wapenzi, mume na mume wanaweza kuwa wapenzi. Je, kwa mfano kutengeza mkataba kama huu, iwapo hautaletwa bungeni kwa wakati unatengezwa na tukaujua na tukafanya mashauriano, mkataba kama uno unaweza kutuletea dhara katika mila zetu za Kiafrika na katika tamaduni zetu za kidini, dini yetu ya Kiislamu na pia dini yetu ya Kikristo. Kwa hivyo swala kama hili ni swala muhimu sana. Pili pia, kwa mfano kuna ile mikataba ambayo kwa mfano sisi kama kina mama wakati wa kuidhinisha siku za kina mama huwa tunaenda katika ule mkutano mkubwa kule Amerika kuzungumzia zile haki za kimsingi, haswa haki ambazo zinaangalia masuala ya kina mama, masuala ya watoto na masuala ya walemavu. Na huwa si bunge lote ambalo limekwenda pale, ni watu wachache ambao wamechaguliwa kuweza kuhudhuria mkutano kama ule. Na wakati mwingi kunafanyika mikataba kama hiyo na unapata nchi imeweka sahihi pengine bila kuangalia vizuri mkataba kama ule, alafu baadaye tunaona inakiuka mila zetu, desturi zetu na pia inakiuka katiba yetu ama sheria mama ambayo ni katiba ya taifa letu la Kenya. Mswada huu pia umezungumzia ya kwamba utatengeza wakala ama gazeti ambalo litatangaza ya kwamba tunatengeza mkataba wa sheria hii ya kiulimwengu ya kuzungumzia jambo fulani, ambapo Wakenya pia wataweza kuelewa na kufahamu, kwa sababu katiba ishasema ya kwamba Wakenya wapate uhuru ama nafasi ya kupata ufahamu ama kueleza mambo ambayo yanajiri, kuweza kupata mawasiliano ya mambo ambayo yanatukabili katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hivyo ule muda ukitolewa gazeti kama lile, Wakenya wakiangalia pia wataweza kuwaeleza mawakilishi wao ambao ni wabunge katika bunge la kitaifa ya kwamba mkataba kama huno madhara yake ni haya, faida zake ni hizi, na iwapo sisi tumekubali ama hatukukubali swala kama hili. Kwa hivyo jambo kama hilo ni jambo zuri sana. Pia vile vile ya kwamba watu wataweza, wabunge wataweza kushauriana na waziri muhusika katika swala lile ya kwamba je, mkataba kama huno wa kiulimwengu utakuwa sawia, utakuwa sawa na sheria zetu na sera zetu kabla haujaweza kuidhinishwa kamili na kuweza kuchapishwa. Swala hili ni swala ambalo hivi sasa nafikiri haliko, lakini tunapopitisha mswada kama uno na unapotiwa sahihi na rais wetu ambaye tunamheshimu sana, itaweza kuwa nafasi ya kumpatia waziri, kuwapatia wabunge kuweza kuwa na ushirikiano na mazungumzo ya kuweza kupata mwongozo ya kwamba iwapo tutaufuata sheria hii tuweze kuitengeza na tuweze kuithibitisha, ama tutaweza kusema hatuwezi kuithibitisha. Vile vile pia tutaweza kupata nafasi mwafaka ya kuweza kupiga msasa, kwa sababu unajua hii mikataba huwa ni kama vile sheria hizi ambazo tunazitunga hapa katika hili bunge la kitaifa. Huwa ina vifungu, inazungumzia na maneno mengi sana, vile kama sheria nyingine. Na vile pia tutapangilia ya kwamba je, iwapo sheria hii tumeikubali, tukaweka mkataba, tuna uwezo wa kuitengeza sheria katika taifa letu ili ule uthibitisho uweze kuwa sawia, ndiposa iwe pia sisi ni pamoja na zile nchi ambazo zimekubaliana na sheria kama ile. Mara nyingi sheria hizi pia huwa zinakuja kisiasa sana. Unapata nchi fulani ambazo zimejiweka pamoja, zina ushirikiano fulani, pengine wa kisiasa ama wa kibiashara, wanakubali mkataba kama huu. Na unapata nchi nyingine ambazo pengine hazishirikiani na nchi hizi kwa mambo ya kisiasa, pengine wana mizozo, wana vita fulani vya kisiasa, vya kibiashara, unapata wao hawaungi mkono. Sasa saa nyingine mnajipata nyinyi ni nchi mumeingizwa katika mkataba ambapo kumbe wale ambao wameshiriki ama wamekubaliana na mkataba ule ni mahasimu ya wale marafiki zenu katika nchi kadhaa. Kwa hivyo hili ni swala nyeti sana. Sio swala la rahisi, ni swala nyeti sana ambalo lazima kuwe na mazungumzo na ushirikiano wa kina kwa Wakenya, kwa wabunge ambao wanawakilisha Wakenya wengi huko nyanjani, ili kusudi wakati tumeweza kusema kwamba tunathibitisha ile tunaita kwa lugha ya Kiingereza ratification, ama ile treat making, kama tunatengeza wakati inatengezwa. Maana mara nyingi sisi tunatengeza, lakini kunakuwa na uwakilishi ya watu ambao wanatoa mapendekezo, na wakati mapendekezo yale yanatolewa ni wakati mwafaka tuyajue yale mapendekezo kabla ule mkataba wenyewe haujatengezwa, na sisi kuletewa tu kuambiwa kama taifa ekeni sahihi katika mkataba kama uno, kwa sababu unazungumzia haki za kibinadamu, unazungumzia haki za kimsingi. Kweli haki za kibinadamu ni muhimu sana, lakini katika hizo haki za kibinadamu kuna haki nyingine ambazo zinakiuka mila zetu, kuna haki nyingine zinakiuka tamaduni zetu na dini yetu na Waafrika ama Uafrika. Kwa hivyo lazima kila jambo lifanywe kwa taratibu ambazo zitaweza kufuatwa, ndiposa tuwe tukiweka mikataba, tunaweka mikataba inayofaa na tunaweka mikataba ambayo inatusaidia sisi wa Kenya na wale Wakenya wengi ambao pengine hawana nafasi ya kuwa katika bunge hili ya kuweza kusema ya kwamba tumekubaliana na mkataba kama uno ama tumekataa mkataba kama uno. Na ule muda pia uliowekwa, muda ule wa siku 7 ya kwamba lazima bunge liweze kujulishwa na watu waweze kufahamu, pia ni vizuri kuwe na muda wa kuwekwa. Si ati mumeletewa tu na mnaambiwa muweke sahihi ama mnapatiwa vikwazo, kwa sababu mara nyingi pia hii mikataba ya kiulimwengu ya kitaifa huwa inakuja na vikwazo. Pengine mnaambiwa ikiwa hamtaweka sahihi, basi sisi katika msaada uno ambao tunawapatia hatutawapatia, ama sisi tutasitisha msaada kama uno ambao tulikuwa tunawapatia, hatutawapatia tena. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu ni mswada wa muhimu sana na ni mswada wa maana, naunga mkono, na nimwambie Mheshimiwa Murugara asante sana kwa ufasaha wako ulivyouelezea kinaga ubwaga. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Very well, asante sana. Mover.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank everyone who has made a contribution to this bill. It's a very important bill, and the speakers have actually openly and candidly stated how important it is for this House to be involved in treaty making. Instead of just doing the ratification alone, we are also doing treaty making. I did listen to Honorable Oundo when he actually said we have to make it very clear what we are doing and where this accompanying is going to be, whether it is at the time of signing or it is at the time of ratification, because the words may have been interchanged. We will be looking at this as we move to the Committee of the Whole House so that we are able to get it right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply.
Very well and very progressive law. Next order.
Order number 17, the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023. Second reading.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to move the Kenya National Council for Population Development Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill 23 be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the gist of this bill, and that's what I want to say at the beginning, is very simple: to anchor the Kenya National Council for Population and Development in law. It has existed because of a legal notice. And you know, like we passed in this parliament, legal notices can only exist for up to 10 years only. Beyond 10 years, they collapse. And therefore, the National Population Council requires an instrument, a legal instrument, that can now allow it to exist in perpetuity. And therefore, we need to put it in law and develop an act. So that is the gist of the matter for those that ask the questions. The Kenya National Council has been there for many years, many years. You actually realize that it was set up in 2004. 2004. It's been there for many years, but it has existed on the basis of a legal notice. And it is this legal notice that we want now to transform the National Council for Population into an act of parliament, and therefore give it a better platform for it to exist. It is a saga within the National Treasury, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I want to go into the details of it a little bit, and then I'll ask the Honorable Bashir to actually second. Honorable Speaker, by way of introduction, the National Council for Population Development was established in 1982 as a department in the then office of the Vice President and Minister of Home Affairs. The National Council of Population Development was set up to formulate population policies and strategies and to coordinate population-related activities. In 2004, the National Council of Population Development gained the status of a SAGA, semi-autonomous government agency, under the name National Coordinating Agency for Population and Development, NCAPD, through a legal notice number 120 of 2004. In 2011, Honorable Speaker, NCAPD reverted to its original name, NCPD, through legal notice number 172 of 2011. Honorable Speaker, initially the role and mandate of NCPD was contained in Session Paper number 4 of 1994 on population policy guidelines. The policy guidelines were later revised and formed the backbone of the Sessional Paper number 1 of 2000 on national population policy for sustainable development, NPPSD. In 2012, the government issued the Sessional Paper number 2 of 2012 on population policy for national development, PPND. Subsequently, Sessional Paper number 3 of 2012 on population policy for national development was revised, leading to the issuance and adoption of Sessional Paper number 1 of 2023 on the Kenyan National Population Policy for Sustainable Development that recommended the establishment of NCPD through an Act of Parliament. So, Honorable Speaker, see how late we are. In 2023, that's when a recommendation was made to actually transform the NCPD through an Act of Parliament. And that's why, if you look at this bill, Honorable Speaker, it is the National Council for Population Development Bill 2023. We are late, Honorable Speaker, on this matter. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, looking at the transformation, many sessional papers have gone through and all that to eventually come back to the fact that it has to be enacted and anchored in law. And that is what we need to do, Honorable Speaker. Presently, the Executive Order number 1 of 2023 on Organization of Government dated January 2023 recognizes NCPD as a saga under the National Treasury and Economic Planning State Department for Economic Planning. So that is where it is actually anchored, Honorable Speaker, at the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, Section 21(1) of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 provides for the automatic revocation of statutory instruments after the collapse of 10 years. That's what the Statutory Instrument Act of 23 says. After 10 years, you collapse. In view of the above historical background, the principal object of this bill is to anchor the National Council for Population Development and an Act of Parliament to ensure its perpetuity, just like I said. The same sought to be cured by the Finance Bill 2023, which deleted Section 21 of the Statutory Instrument Act, but you know what happened to that Finance Act, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we have to do it independently as we're doing now. Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a few remarks, highlights on the provision of this bill, which is very important for members, Honorable Speaker. The principal object of the bill is to anchor the National Council, like I said, Honorable Speaker, and that's what we should do. Part 1, that is clause 1 to 3 of the bill, contains the preliminary matters, including the interpretation of terms used and guiding principles. Part 2, clauses 4 to 20 of the bill, provides for the establishment, composition, and administration of the National Council for Population and Development. So, Honorable Speaker, those are the two, Part 1 and Part 2 of the bill. Now, to move on to the next, Honorable Speaker, the objects. What are the objects of the Council? The objects of the Council are: 1, act as the focal point on matters relating to population and development in the country, and B, develop a national population policy, and C, coordinate the implementation of population and development activities being carried out by the various stakeholders in Kenya. So those are the objectives, Honorable Speaker. We have the Council, Honorable Speaker, and the functions of the Council are included in Clause 6. Honorable Speaker and members, you may take cognizance of the functions contained in the bill, provided for additional functions to those set out in the legal notice. We have more functions than the ones that are there, which are provisions for resource mobilization, and finally, the establishment of standards for population programs in the country. Honorable Speaker, governance structures are in Clause 6, and of course, the work around the State Corporations Act and that Cap 446, which provides for membership of board of body corporate to include the principal secretary for the relevant parent. So all that, Clause 7, Honorable Speaker, gives you the governance structure for this bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill further seeks to establish an audit committee and any other committee that will enhance the Council's performance under Clause 12, which seeks to strengthen the role of the Council to enable it to perform its duties. Honorable Speaker, Part 3, that is clauses 21 to 26 of the bill, provides for financial provisions. Just like any other saga, the financial provisions are provided in clauses 21 to 26. Part 4, Honorable Speaker, that is clauses 27 to 31 of the bill, sets out general provisions of the bill, and Clause 27 provides for the seal of the Council, and Clause 29 allows the Council to engage persons or organizations with specialized knowledge and skills in different areas where necessary for the council to discharge its functions and to offer consultant services. Clause 30, Honorable Speaker, provides for the services and documentation. The last part, Honorable Speaker, that is clauses 32 to 33 of the bill, proposes transitional provisions. We need to transit from the secretariat that sits at Treasury now to a full autonomous organization that is called the National Population Council and Development, that is established and anchored in law. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the current secretariat and the members that are there will transition to the new organization. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I urge members to support this bill as it strengthens the implementation of the population programs and enhances interagency collaboration. Honorable Speaker, as I move, this bill is an important piece of legislation to ensure that all the gains that we have had through the National Population Council and Development that has been there for many years can now be anchored in law for perpetuity, and to ensure that we have an organization that looks at population in this country and looks at policy on population. We don't want to end up the Chinese way. We just want to of course, we are Africans and children are blessings, and the higher the population, the bigger population is good for a country. But then we need to have it controlled in such a way that development programs, financing, and all those come together, you know, a harmonized way. What we do with our schools is about population. What we do with your universities is about population. What we do with our food production is about population. What we do, even with the economic activities that we have in this country, is about the population that is here. And therefore, this is an important bill that we must anchor in law and ensure that the perpetuity of this organization is assured, but more importantly, Honorable Speaker, to deal firmly with matters population and development. I thank you and request the Honorable Bashir to support. To second.
Honorable Bashir.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, be now read a second time. First to speak on this is the Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the bill as proposed. And it is a very straightforward bill, Honorable Speaker, because the bill seeks to give the council, the Kenya National Population Council, seeks to give it legal standing so that it becomes a body corporate. And secondly, it seeks to give it a new lease of life after the expiry of the 10 years as stipulated by the policy or the act at formation. Issues of population, especially population census, are very emotive issues. We've had cases in this country where even after population census, some Kenyans in some areas have felt the census was not done properly. So therefore, it is important that this bill sets to give this council a legal status so that it can be properly constituted, properly staffed in terms of the employees that it requires in terms of the qualifications so they can be able to do a good job for this country. In terms of even the budget, you know, when it has been given a legal standing, then it is even possible to give it its own independent budget by this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, like I said, the bill is straightforward. The rest of the clauses as moved by the mover just speaks to the function of this Kenya National Population Council, speaks to its duties, speaks to the administration issues, speaks to the audit, speaks to the general provisions, and how it transits further to the next level for the future. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Gitonga Murungara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to support this bill, which seeks now to establish for us the Kenya National Council for Population and Development in the country. It's a bill that has been with us for quite some time, but it is important that it has now been reached and we are in the final stages of passing this one so that we can establish the Kenya National Council for Population and Development. Mr. Speaker, the country cannot boast of good population development policy, especially bearing in mind that we began all of it with a sessional paper. Then after that, we had a legal notice coming in. A legal notice is subsidiary legislation. And after such a lull of time of over 60 years, today we are coming up with a bill of, an act of parliament which will regulate policy on the population in the country. Mr. Speaker, recently I watched a clip by the late President Mwai Kibaki when he was actually our Minister for Finance and Economic Planning in 1974, where he was articulating in a very eloquent manner the population policy of the country. And during that time, it was interpreted that we have to plan our families. His statement was that planning a family means you really have to control so that the number of children you get are commensurate with your income. And that is how what we used to call as the family planning policy of the country came up to be. We are not very sure whether that is the policy today, and therefore we need an entity to tell us exactly how we can go about planning our families and our population. As you know very well, population is a resource, it's a human resource. And therefore, it has to be properly planned for. It's a resource that is very important for the country. In fact, that's why you hear today, China is number one. 50 years from today, Africa may actually be leading. The reason towards that is due to the fact that we are saying we need to get more people onto the continent so that we can boost our production, we can boost our markets, and therefore we are able to compete relatively well with the other continents in the world. So here today we established this council whose main functions will be to plan for us the issues relating to population. As stated, it's a straightforward bill. After forming and after giving what the functions of this entity are going to be, the responsibilities, we now set up the council, which is going to be governed by a board of directors, and the board will have several members that are to be appointed as set out in the Act. After that, we will have the functions of the board, what it is supposed to do, which is the day-to-day running of the council from time to time so that relevant reports are made and they are presented. This is the council that will also advise us on a census, the periodical census we have to do every 10 years. I think it's 10 years. And one must be possibly looming soon because the last one we had was highly discredited. It's purely because we may not have a policy to govern how that population census was to be done. We hope this is now the solution to that problem, and we will not have various counties disputing their figures on population, and others saying their figures are underflated, while others are inflated. Then we have the financial provisions. This is purely in accordance with our constitution, that this is the house that allocates money, this is the house that appropriates. So we will be appropriating money to this council once it is established, and once the monies are appropriated, the board will be responsible. We have made general provisions regarding the council, which in fact make it an offense if you actually act contrary to the provisions of this act. We have also made a provision where we have to make a subsidiary legislation regarding the act, and this is going to be by the cabinet secretary responsible for matters, and he will have to do this in consultation with the board, which is actually the governing body of the council. Then after that, we have several schedules that have to be read together with the act after the transitional provisions, which is the format in which laws are made. And therefore, since this is a straightforward bill, which we actually need to pass as a house, I do support and would urge that if there are any issues to be considered during the third reading, those do come up and we quickly put into place this council and we start planning for our population using an agency that is established by an act of parliament. Those remarks I beg to support.
Very well. There being no further interest in this particular one, I call upon the mover to reply.
Honourable Speaker, in reply, I want to thank the members that made contribution in this bill and that they underscored the fact that's a very important piece of legislation that we must have as a country to anchor the National Council of Population and Development into law. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as a country, like the Honourable Murugara said, it is very important that we plan families, when we plan populations. Although just like Mary Massey said that, population matters are very emotive. We saw a case that took very long in court, the issues of population in the Northeastern and all that. But, Honourable Speaker, it is very important to note that we need a body that starts issuing policies and making, giving directives on the issues of population in this country. I am a big believer that this country should have as many people as possible. We should have a huge population. It's a good market for our products. It's good for productivity. But also having a good population without properly planning for it, for our schools. We need to have good plans for school. We need to have good plans for markets, for transport system, and for housing, and all that. These are things that must be put in place as we project and look forward to a bigger population. We can't just have a population. We must properly plan for it. And the National Council for Population Development, Honourable Speaker, is given the mandate to do that. Honourable Speaker, therefore, I reply.
Very well. We shall defer putting of the question to both order number 17 and order number 16 to the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 18, the National Cohesion and Integration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 74 of 2023. Second reading.
Chairperson, Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. The chair had already gave a notification that he will be away on some other important matters affecting that particular committee, and therefore we shall defer this particular order to the next sitting. Honorable members, let's be upstanding, and honorable members having completed the entire, let me go back to the mic. Thank you, honorable members. Having completed all the business on the order paper, honorable members, and the time being 7:24 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 24th April 2025 at 2:30 p.m.